And get started. County Council meeting's now in session. The Honorable Bump Roddy will give the invocation Pledge of Allegiance.
Before I get started, I just want to speak to a good friend, and his mother was a school teacher of mine, and he was a former football coach of mine. I see Tommy Palmer in the back of the room. I hadn't seen him in many, many years, so just wanted to speak to you real quick. Say it's good to see you. Let's bow our heads in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you with humble hearts, humble mind, and as best we know how. We ask that you watch over us and guide us as we lead York County. We ask that you guide us with deliberated hands as we make decisions to move us forward. We ask that you continue to bless the citizens of York County, the leaders of York County, the participants in York County, and the works of York County. We ask all these blessings in your name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First order of business is oath of office. When I call your name, if you'd come forward. Robert Cooper, Brian Waycaster, Lori Helms, Greg Lentz, Clyde Buchanan, Glenn Reynolds, Michael Knight, Randy McCurry, Trina Perry, Joshua Backus, Thomas
Nadratowski.
Okay, that sounds good. Micah Lynn, Thomas Palmer, Darius Alexander, Kathy Holland.
They don't have to go direct to my other one.
Large number of names read, if you would check in with her after you come around and speak to the council members, that'd be great. It's my honor and privilege to administer the oath, and I want to thank you for your service to York County. If you'd each raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear. That I am duly qualified. According to the Constitution of this state. To exercise the duties of the office. To which I have been appointed. And that I will. To the best of my ability. Discharge the duties thereof. And preserve, protect, and defend. The Constitution of this state. And of the United States. So help me God. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you for service.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Paul. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for
ma'am.
serving.
Appreciate it.
You must be
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
right around the corner. We appreciate what you do.
Thank you for serving.
Didn't you say you was a football
Appreciate you serving.
Thank you, sir.
coach? I didn't know I was that old. I drove his school. Coach Bump.
Back in the days when you
Coach
could
Bump
drive.
in football.
Hey, good to see you again. Yes, sir. Thanks a lot.
Appreciate you serving.
I didn't get as good to see you. Good to see you. Say, hey, Luke. Thank you, sir.
There's no public hearing on zoning tonight, is there? Next order of business is appearances. First, we're going to get a report on our monthly construction. Chris and Jim, just Chris.
We have Jim Stewart with us tonight. He's going to present the 95% construction documents for the courthouse building. We're getting very close to putting that advertisement out, probably in the next 2 to 3 weeks, month outside. And then 30 days, of course, after that, we'll be bringing you bids on that. In the interest of time, we did not do a separate construction update presentation. I think all of you guys were provided a copy of it, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have on that.
Questions for Chris?
Okay? With that, here's Jim.
Mr. Chairman, council members,
Yes, sir.
glad to be here tonight. We're closing in on the final few weeks of the project. The demo work for the first phase has been completed, and If you walk through, it's opened the building up quite a bit, and you can get to different areas without having to go up and down stairs. So it's going to really be, thank you, it's going to really be a good situation for everyone. Just kind of run through, this is a site plan. These are some of the same drawings you saw before, but they're further detailed. This is the site plan showing the building and some of the drainage and the outside work. This is the first floor, first phase demo plan. We're doing a second phase now. There's some things that we've uncovered during the process, so we're having to go back and correct and make some changes, but that's what's happening now. This is the first floor plan after the demo plan. As you notice, right here is the main entrance, and that's the drive-off area right through here, and the main entrance into the courthouse. There's an elevator here in the front for the public, and there's one back here for the staff. So that way you can get throughout the building. There's some security areas right here for the staff, and there'll be card access allowing you to get back into this area. And then this area will be just for the public up in here with public restrooms.
Now, where's the security for the public?
The security will be right here at this point in the corridor. In other words, there'll be card access to get back here.
So that's just
and-
an open lobby up to that point?
Right, that's a public lobby up in this area. There's a deputy's station right in here, some public computers right here, and there's a judge's office right here. Now, that's the only one that's there and that will have card access as well. But this is the probate court on the first floor, and the master and equity is on the second floor. This is the detail of the drop-off area. Instead of trying to compete with the building and make it look like the old building, we picked up some of the detailing, the basket weave in the brickwork, and that sort of thing to make it look more like the 41 and the 51 editions. So it's not a competitive thing with the building. It blends in. This is a second level floor plan showing the areas. We have the same type of security here, but right here we have some windows where folks can come up and meet someone and ask directions or what we can, where they can go or get some help at that point in time. This is the master and equity courtroom here. Same public restrooms on that level at the elevator here. You might notice that these entrances are not accessible from the outside. The only way you can get in is through that main entrance on the first floor in that exterior courtyard. The back entrance, go back to that other level, that back entrance is just for staff only. That will have card access as well. This elevator will be card access only in case someone gets back there, tries to get up to the next 2 floors, they won't be able to do that. They'll have to be escorted. This is the main courtroom. These are the jury rooms over here, the public restrooms for them. This is an office and conference room here, and we have handicap accessibility around a little ramp area here. We've had to pull that stair out to allow handicap. There's a change in floor level there. So basically the jury, that's the jury pool here. This is the jury room, and this is the judge's quarters here, and there's more office space for judges and clerks back in that area, in the back section. Like I said, this whole area is secure from the floor below. And this is just the upper level, which is really, you can't use this. That's the 4th floor. I'll just use it for some evidence storage. And we put a dumbwaiter in that comes up right here to bring evidence up to that floor. That's to keep from bringing the elevator up and having to penetrate the roof, both up in the front area and the back area.
Is
That's-
that heating and air on that level?
Do what now?
Is that heating and air on that level? Is it?
Yes. Yes, it will be. This is just the roof plan showing some of the things and the details that we're doing to redo the roofing and flashing and all of that around the clay tile. This is some more details showing, you see how the chimneys are deteriorated and the flashing and things around those have deteriorated away. So we're pulling those off around the chimneys, putting in new step flashing and counter flashing around those as well. And all of these will have a cap over them like this. It'll be a copper cap that's attached down to the chimneys since they're no longer used. And we're putting a new roof hatch in. It's pretty tight to get out on the roof, and that's just a little lift-off board hatch there now. These are just some more of the details with the roof drainage, overflow roof drains, and that sort of thing, according to what we have to do with the building code. This shows you how the outside of the courthouse looks at the roof edge. You see how this is torn apart and opened up. The first phase demo cleaned out all the pigeons and everything that was upstairs, redid all of that. If you see some of these pieces are broken away. In fact, I have one of those. I was afraid it would disappear, and I have that. I was carrying it around in the back of my car, but I put it in my office instead. But those are all copper, and they're soldered together in pieces. So all of this cornice work will be taken off and taken to a shop and then inspected on the back side, because it did have built-in gutters here, and there was a lot of leakage into the courthouse. And in the main courtroom, if you look at that one corner, it shows how the plaster has deteriorated substantially in that corner where the roof drains overflowed or were stopped up. But all of that will come off, and then we can take a look at the wood on the outside where those gutters are and restore that, put new wood or whatever we need to do there. This is just showing the floors, refinishing the floors everywhere. This one had been rotted away, and there were sleepers in the concrete. We've had all of that pulled out and cleaned up. They'll put new sleepers in. There's one of the restrooms that had a hardwood floor. That's this one, and we had them pull all of that out and store that to save it to put in this room, so we can use the same floor type, hardwood flooring. This just shows some of the handrails and the details and the outside steps, which we're going to rework all of that as well. This is going to be the toughest part of the building. This, if you see all the plaster that's been damaged in there, they're going to have to clean all the paint off of that, as they'll have to do for the entire building. They'll have to either steam that off or use mild light soda blasting or some other type of paste material that you put a paper on and pull the paint off. So there's going to be several ways that they're going to have to experiment with each surface. This is all the plaster, and these are wood wainscots around the building inside. Those will all be stripped down and put back into a wood, more of a stained wood finish instead of painted. This is just some of the door details of the things that we'll be doing and how they have to, correct everything and put new details in place. That's just door schedules. This shows the deterioration of some of the paint. If you haven't been in the building, it's pretty severe. So it's going to take quite a bit of work to get all that out, to redo the plaster. These are just sections showing the courtroom and some of the details and things. If you notice right here, there's a little spot there that's a different color. That's where radiators or unit ventilators were at one time. We're using the LG VRF system, which has a similar type appearance, except we designed a wooden case that matches up with the wainscoting, and that has a louver on the top and return air in the bottom. It's a different kind of system. This is the furniture, and we're going to reuse all of the millwork in there, and we've revised how we're going to do that and still use the same judge's bench, the place where the jury sits, all of the pieces that go into making up the well of the courtroom. This just shows some of the other details of that. This is an existing bench, the end of the well where the jury will sit. We've actually taken some of the pieces that we don't need and we've added to that to bring that out to protect the jury. So that'll be a whole piece that fits in there, and we're trying to reuse what's there. This is just the outside area showing the windows. All of the big windows on this sheet will be restored with new half-inch insulated glass in them, and these windows in the front of the house, courthouse will be done the same way. These windows will be changed out. These are wood-framed, aluminum-clad windows that will last the county for many, many years without having to repaint them. These are just more details of the fireplaces and how we're going to restore those, and we've got a detail about how to seal them. Same way with the balcony, which is terracotta. We have a lot of details and notes and specs on what they have to do with that. They'll have to send off like the balusters here and some of the top rail pieces to have molds made to get new pieces to replace that. And we have some different manufacturers that can do that. And this is just another shot of the front of the building. We're going to clean everything, repoint all the joints on the building, the masonry joints. They have a rake joint which sits back probably maybe a half, 3/8 to a half an inch. We have to go back and repoint those, and then we're going to put a sealant with a ground mortar over top of that. So it'll be just like what it was, except it'll be watertight. That type of joint collects water, and we don't want it to get back into the building. This is just some more details of some of the windows and things that we're doing. I don't want to bore you with too much of that. These are reflected ceiling plans showing how we are doing the ceilings. All the historic spaces will be maintained like they are. These courtrooms will have the probate court will have a new ceiling in there. It's low ceiling height. We got a beam we have to contend with. It's fairly low, but we've done that as well, and it'll look nice. This whole area right here, all the way through the courthouse, will be maintained. It's the historic area, and we want to make sure that everything looks just like it should. That's just the upper part of the courtroom, and that's the upper part of the courtroom, and we have painting schedules and everything to show how we've trimmed that out. These are just sections and elevations through there. Same way with that, showing how the details are done. Same way. This is the color board that shows the colors that we're putting inside the courtroom that everyone's already looked at, and has approved.
Colors or color?
Many colors. We're using a carpet tile, so you'll have extras. If something happens, you can pull them up and replace the carpet tile. So that's basically everything that we have.
Any
Be
questions?
happy to entertain any questions.
Yes, sir.
I just have two, I guess. One, I noticed a lot of windows open. You mentioned getting pigeons out, but it seems like they'd be
I
getting
think
back in with those windows open a lot.
Well, we've talked to Chris has talked to the demo people. They're coming back to close the windows back up. They're supposed to be doing that right away.
And the balcony, are we gonna close it where nobody gets out there? Just asking, because I know in the past, it was something that some of the local residents always said, growing up, they remembered the bailiff going out on that balcony and announcing that court was starting. Now, I don't think we'll do that anymore, but.
Yeah, I don't
but is
think
that
you'll
balcony
need to
gonna-
do that, but we can fix the doors so they can't be opened.
Okay.
Frankly, once all of that's put back in place, there's a concrete slab there, and we're putting like 3 coats of a special coating to seal it, but I don't think I would want anyone out there. I think you should not do that. Yes.
Just one question, and again, just to reiterate, are we on budget and are we on time, and what's our occupancy date?
We're pretty much on schedule with what we're doing. We're going to have our drawings I'll get all my drawings back in from my engineers and specs next Monday. By next Monday, I'll have another week, and I've done this over and over, trying to check and coordinate everything. By the 29th, we should have everything completed. We'll be on schedule as far as releasing the drawings for bids. Budget, Chris is going to be doing some estimating as we move along now. I think we're going to be pretty close.
Yeah, as he completes those drawings on Monday, he'll get us a set, we'll run estimates on them. At the DD level documents, we were on budget, but as he's refined them more, we're gonna do another check, run an estimate on that. I don't see any problems initially, but we'll let you know if there is any issues with that. And as far as occupancy date, right now, we're looking at August of 2016.
Thank you.
And we've tried to make sure, as we've gone through the demo, I have spent a lot of time going back, looking at everything that's been uncovered, because there's been quite a few issues. If we had one wall that we had them take down and the ceiling fell. Well, it was a wooden wall stuck between some other wooden walls that you couldn't see. So there was a number of issues that we had to go back and address. We found one place where there was a lintel that was about to collapse, and when they opened that wall up, it was about to fall in. So we've had to go back and correct some of those things that were there, that were hidden.
Probably one of the best things we did was do this early demo package, because it allowed us to uncover some of the things that he's been able to design for during the design process versus, you know, uncovering after we've already bid the project and they become change orders and they slow you down and all that kind of thing. So it's probably slowed his drawing schedule down a little bit, but we would rather have that than uncovering these things as we're in construction, which I'm sure we're still gonna have plenty of that when we get in construction of this building, but we've caught a bunch of them that could have been costly and saved us some time already.
Now, I just felt like it was necessary to get the demo work done, because there'd been a lot of changes in the building over the years.
More questions? I just asked a couple. I mean, obviously, we're saving this historical building, which we all want to do, but on the interior walls, are all of them pretty much plaster?
Not anymore.
Oh, they're sheet rock?
The main, well, some of them are. Now, some of the areas like, let me go back to the first floor. That was a difficult floor because of the low ceiling height. We found a lot of different things right along this first floor area that we had to take out. When we opened up this entrance through here, we actually demoed a lot of the walls in there. All the walls that will occur on that floor plan, these will be plaster walls, but it'll be metal studs with plaster on the corridor side, but it'll be gypboard on the inside in all the office areas. So all of these walls in the office areas, the back side and furring on the outside walls will be metal studs and gypboard.
Sheet rock.
Yeah.
So why are you having plaster on the hallway?
Well, to continue the same historic look that we have coming down the stairs. We have, and it won't look the same if we don't do that, and it's not a whole lot of it. But we're gonna have a lot of plaster repair in the building anyway, so it's not that much.
Is that cost efficient?
Do what?
Is that cost efficient? Putting
Right there in
plaster?
that one area, yes, it is.
Versus
Because
just tearing it down and going to sheet rock?
Yeah, but see, the thing about it is, those walls in the old building are a gypsum block, and they have holes in them. They're only 3 inches wide. You can't put electrical in those walls or anything. So when we start working right around this area and we had to take those walls out, it damaged walls on down the corridor, okay? So we didn't have much choice but to replace those. But we could replace those in plaster right here and not really do a whole lot. I mean, it'll be just metal studs, wire lath, and 3 coats of plaster. So, but that's really the only place. If you go to the next floor, the second floor, these walls are all in place. Those are plaster walls. But to get electrical in these walls on the back side, we're furring those out with 2.5-inch metal studs and putting gypboard on those so we can pull wiring down through the walls to get the electrical and the data and communication work in the walls. Otherwise, you can't do it.
Anytime I hear plaster, I hear high maintenance, cracking, blah, 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 blah.
I think the intent, just mainly in the public areas, was
Just
to keep
that.
the historic look to everything. So it's very limited plaster in those corridors.
So will it be high maintenance, or will it
No.
be?
I don't think so in those areas. I think to maintain the historic component of the building, that's the right way to go in those areas. But we are using gypboard, and metal studs, as he said, behind the doors.
Yeah, all of these walls here are metal studs and gypboard, even on this side, all back in here. That's what they are. It's
Do
pretty
you
easy.
feel like you're able to obtain an efficient design with the limitations of an old historical building?
Sure. I think everyone will be happy with it. I think they'll be tickled to death with it once they get in.
And on the exterior elevations, the mortar joints are pretty solid, except for
Yes,
the
they
area?
are. There's some that the brick has been broken and because they put conduit clamps and all kind of brackets and boxes on the outside of the building. So some of those areas might have some broken brick and that sort of thing. So, yeah, that'll work out fine.
Thanks, Jim.
Okay.
We appreciate it. Thanks, Chris. Okay, now we got appearance. The first will be the Honorable Kerwood Chapel. I think everybody knows Mr. Chapel. Brett. Oh, okay, what?
Oh, I forgot, I wasn't After 22 years, it's kind of,
Okay.
habit forming. Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
county council members, I humbly stand before you. And I'm honored to be in your audience. Mr. Chairman, I don't want to make a fool of myself, but I've been around a long time. I will admit that I'm no authority on any subject, but I'm opinionated on most. When we got on this council, it was in a heck of a mess. No money had been spent on roads for 22 years to speak of anything. Garbage cleanup was a zero. Fire department underfunded, sheriff department underfunded. We had to build a new jail or go to jail and pay a $5 million ending claim, almost all at the same time. And we did that. We did it with the greatest of ease. We paid the ending claim without raising the taxes $5 million, without costing the county one penny that was not already obligated for some factor. And I'm proud of that record. And then we began to enter kind of other things. We began to take our tax monies and go down into the city of Rock Hill, and we saw them make some blunders like putting a millions of dollar top on the town, and it failed, and they took it off. It got cost other millions of dollars. And then they called it a restaurant town, and that failed. And then they called it and built a bunch of apartments and called it apartment town, and that failed. And now they call it a college town. How many times are we going to support them failing? During that time, we, the County Council of York County, spent $9,161,000 of the Pennies of Progress program downtown on realignment of White Street and repairs and upgrade. We spent $5 million on Constitution and West Black and on realignment and a roundabout and other improvement. York County hospitality tax gave the city of Rock Hill $450,000 for the Children's Museum. York County Library land purchase, $2 million. It hadn't been built, but we do have the land. We did all sorts of other things in my district. I took C funds, and I paved and paved and paved and give York County, the city of Rock Hill, thousands and thousands of dollars of my 22 years C funds. Anywhere they almost hollered in my District 5, I answered their call. So I don't know where we are. I have a total here, and I don't have it all. I found out late that we put, during my tenure, over $41 million into the road system inside the city limits of Rock Hill. I do not have a guilty complex for my part in that providing. Now, Mr. Chairman, I worry a lot. I guess that goes with old age. I've seen a lot. It worries me that the things that type of action that's taking place all over America. I used to know from the time George Washington crossed the Delaware till about six years ago, we were the top military power in the world. And we corrected a lot of atrocities because we were strong. And I point out to you tonight that things that made us weak, it's the same path that you are fixing to follow and have been following for quite some while. I saw the boys come back from the Kaiser days, and I saw the boys go away for the Hitler and Mussolini and Tojo days. And I went to a lot of funerals from that episode as a 12, 14-year-old boy. So I've seen a lot. Now we're number 4 in military power due to overspending in America. Overspending, same as the city council. Now we're number 26 or 14 or 16 in education in America. Why are we dumbing down our citizens? Why are we coming unprepared to fight and save the free world? These are the things that did it. My town fathers of the city of Rock Hill, they did all these top on, top off, and so as I just said to you. And what good did it do? And now they come crawling to this county council and say, we want to take the school kids' money on a certain area and a certain section of Rock Hill. In my opinion, with no apologies, when you get to where that status of citizen of country club and city club, the rulers of Rock Hill come before a body and say, let us keep the money out of this particular taxation, and we don't care where you get it from, and take it from the school kids. Money that those school board members stood up and took an oath of office. So help me God, I will take this money and I will educate your kids to the best of my ability. And they give it to a foundation or a government that has a record of 20-some years during my tenure here of throwing money down the drain. Solemn swears are sacred to me, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what kind of train run over the school board, but something happened to my friends there. They lost all sense of moral principle and character and a swearing to an oath of office. And now they come running to my council that I served 22 years. Some of the greatest people I've ever had the honor of knowing and serving with. They tell you that you're going to do their work free down there in that TIF area. You're not going to charge us a dime. We're going to keep that what we used to pay you with. And after 15 or 20 years or whatever it is, it seems to go on and on forever. And you're going to give it to them? You're gonna violate your oath of office too, that you would protect the well-being, the welfare, the health and happiness and safety and the monies of your constituency. And you're gonna say to Rock Hill, here it is, take it. I don't care about lying anymore. I don't care about telling the truth. Oath of office means nothing to me. And that route has taken place here. If you let it happen, it's already happened on the school board, it's already in Columbia, and it's eat up in Washington and all across America. You think we can maintain a free republic in the greatest nation in the world? Who took it away from us? I went to 11 funerals during World War II as a 14-year-old boy. I had 3 brothers. One walked from third day from D-Day to Berlin. And now we throw it all away. Don't mean anything. Stays with it. All we think about is the almighty dollar. My people in Rock Hill City have failed their own people. They failed me because Rock Hill is my town. And then they asked you to let them violate their oath of office, and they asked you to do the same thing. When you stood right there, I solemnly swear, right down the street here, to uphold the laws of this state and the United States, and my job that I'm accepting to sit in your seat to give you justice and fairness and abide by the rules. And now they're asking you to say, I don't give a D what I promised. I'm going to do what I want to do. I'm going to give this country away. I'm going to give your tax dollars away, and I don't see it. Mr. Chairman, you have been a shining light to this county. I saw you take upon yourself to tell a group of people that had $8.5 million that belonged to the taxpayers of York County. And I saw you say, we'll see you in torment before you keep that money. And that half-say-so government agency told you to jump it. And you went to bat and you told the citizens of York County, I'll get it regardless of what I have to do. And you persuaded this council with the guts of a king to go after that money. And right now, this treasurer has $8.5 million that a group of people, just like asking you to have this thing here, one of these people was your opponent, Mr. Chairman, and your people said, no, I don't want anything to do with anybody from that city of Rock Hill sitting on my county seat. And you defeated him honorably and horribly on his part. And now that group are telling you, and I don't know, haven't talked to you about it, but I hear that you are leaning to him. You're leaning to him after he went after you with everything that element had down there. And your people said no. I didn't call these 29 people that called me in your district. And they're going to be amazed if you do this. I'm going to tell you, they're going to be amazed. I said, why do you call him? And you got a group of people that are working class people. You got the upstairs, the country club, the golf players, but most of your constituency, like mine, they are working 8-hour-a-day shift people, like mine were. They'll talk to somebody else before they'll talk to you, but you know how powerful they are. When his opponent, you tore him out of the frame, Mr. Chairman. You showed him that you were somebody and you represented somebody and you stood on your own 2 feet and you were a man of principle. And now they're scared to death that you're going to join the crowd that you just defeated. The crowd that says, don't worry about your oath of office, just give us the money and let us keep it. I'm Rock Hill, but I'm not grafting greedy Rock Hill. You're my doctors, my eye doctors, my lawyers, my drugstores, grocery stores, and you're everything to me. But you're letting people persuade you. If you'd have told your constituency, I'm going to give Rock Hill off the hook of the taxes they're going to owe in this particular area if you put me in this seat. If you'd explained it to your constituency, I wouldn't be talking to you tonight. And some of you have hurt me terribly. I checked with the Ethics Committee, and the most honorable appreciation and love and respect, some of you here that I know what you've taken. I'd be you, I'd give it back. You're above that. That you take a funding donations up into the thousands of dollars from the people that want this brought about. And I was raised on Bunk Roddy, your type people psychology. A white man ain't gonna give you no money if you ain't doing what he wants you to do. And I'm ashamed to say that up here, and I apologize for it. But that's the way I feel. Bunk, you're not included in this. You are, but you're not. You're justified to make your job pay. And we owe you a lot for serving, and a lot that you didn't get in years gone by. So don't apologize for what I'm accusing others of. And you hurt me to my heart. I'd be you, I'd give it back. I would. When people that's going to gain from this movement put thousands of dollars in some of your pockets that you don't need, it hurts me to the bone. When my friends that I love and respect and admire would sell their soul for $1. Now, I've said about all I know how to say, Mr. Chairman. You've been nice to let me talk, but you of all people, you have this in your hands, and they're watching you. And you don't have to do this. Your opponent you defeated with hands down. Surprised a lot of people, but they love you. And those working people in your district don't want you to do this. In fact, they don't want anything to do with Rock Hill. They've told you that twice, I think, maybe 3 times. And they put you in office. That's how I stayed with you, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't represent special interests. I represented the people that put me in their seat, and that's who I represented. And I stayed here and defeated, I think, 5 over the 22 years, maybe 6, I don't know. It got to where it was really fun to defeat them. I quit keeping account. You, Mr. Mann, you and Brent need to talk with our attorney here, one of the finest members you have. You're all fine people, but you need to talk. You're going to be the salvation. I know, and I make no apology in saying you are the greatest thing that ever happened to Western York County during my 22 years, and this will be the 20th. I thank you for running. And you remember, none of you are ever what you think you are. You're only what other people see you to be. And I see you to be a fine body. Don't let somebody else defeat you. If you're defeated, you will defeat yourself. Mr. Chairman, don't do this tonight. Have a little talk. Please, sir. For me, I have a condition. I don't think I'll be with you long. I don't make it no mercy plea or anything, but I hope the doctors are wrong. If they're not, then farewell. So be it. So I've always been a fighter, and I'll still be a fighter. Thank you for your time. Mr. Chairman, don't do this tonight. Please promise me you'll talk it over. That's all I'm asking you. And I wish you well. If you need me, you know who I am. Telephone number 324-1062. Thank you for being a great body. And I look for you to speak up, sir. I depend on you. You've been a man I was proud to say with you. Have a good night. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Chappell. Try to beat that, Reagan.
Excuse the film. Yeah, I guess I'll have to start off with a joke, too. I'm Reagan Craig, 1804 Craig Road, Mooch Hill, South Carolina. But anyway, Mr. Chappell said a lot, so I'll be able to drop a bunch of mine out. So you can thank him for that, too, while you're at it. What I did, I've been up here, this is the 3rd time, I think, grumbling about the TIF. And started back last year, like Chad likes to remind me. It's been going on for about a year. Isn't that about right, Chad? And one of the things that I decided to do was to make a list. And at the end, I'm going to give it to Karen to put into the minutes. And it's the reasons to vote against the Rock Hill Tax Increment Financing Extension. And there are a lot of reasons. Kerwood started at the beginning about the special interest influences and political pressures being put on this county council. I came to y'all over a year ago and read you about the Cato report, about how in other cities, developers' funds wound up being in political campaign coffers. And rather than go into all those details, that's happened here now. And 3 of you, it's dropped into the campaign coffers. And whether or not it's illegal is not the issue. It's the ethical nature of it all. Is it someone that's financially going to gain can contribute to a politician, and you're okay with that? Whether it's right or wrong, whether it's legal or not, that doesn't matter. Are you okay with that? And then you pick up the paper and you read where the mayor and one of the top special interest recipients of this son bought a building in preparation for the TIF. And you're like, good Lord, there's no shame here. Everybody's jumping into the big party with our tax money. And to make it even more, and whether you agree with it, it's economic development, a lot of us do feel it is special interest welfare. And there is a prime difference between the two. My big fear is I was condemned years ago. Mr. Fishing Creek, he's against economic development. River Hills has a sewer line all the way to Rock Hill thanks to us. We were accused, they're against economic development, they're against this, you're against that, on and on and on. And I hear it again now because that was a special interest situation for a special interest group that had a particular problem. That's exactly what this is today. Years ago, and so one of the reasons is that I put on the list is it leads to an appearance of unethical practices. That's one reason not to vote for the TIF, the appearance of it. Another thing that happened as well is back in those days was that we had a county council that had public hearings, and they answered no questions. They had, if you wanted to speak on the subject at any regular council meeting, you were allowed 2 minutes. And then during the regular sessions and everything else, they never answered questions. Well, after that county council was replaced, that's when Mr. Chappell went on his first term with 4 new council members. We then went to court a year later, about 6 to 9 months, almost a year later. And the first people sent home was guess who? And I like him, no offense, because he wasn't here then, Melvin McCowan. The first day, the judge ruled that because the county council did not answer questions, did not fulfill the disclosure requirements, did not answer questions, and only offered them 2 minutes of comment during regular council meetings, we were denied due process under the law. The county went home. The last 2 days of the trial were between us and the city of York and South Carolina DHEC. Now let's look at this situation here. As far as transparency and accountability, has it been open and transparent to the public after multiple public hearings? Have we had any, do you have today, any committed hard data for the public to look at? We've had 3 public hearings. We did our duty. Did you? You have a public hearing when there's nothing for the public to hear about, even still? And we're at the 3rd reading on this TIF? Title 31, which is the law that enables state governments to take tax funds meant for one purpose and move them to another, since the federal government repealed their ability to do increment financing, has some requirements. And I'm asking you these questions. Have they been met? Under Section 31680, which applies to the cities, and under Section 317-80, which is addressed to the counties, if you look under that Title 31, you'll have a city version, a county version. All they did was swap the name from city to county. And it says that in the copy of the redevelopment plan, I'm going to give you all a copy of this, there's a whole list of things that you're supposed to have out before the public hearing. A couple I highlighted just to point out is a statement indicating the need and proposed use of the proceeds of the obligations, a statement of the estimated impact of redevelopment plan upon the revenues of all taxing districts. There's the list of the properties, everything else, before approving any plan of this, and it should be after published notice in a newspaper, consists of the time and place of the hearing, the boundaries of the redevelopment areas, a notification for all interested parties, a description of the redevelopment plan and the project, the maximum estimated term of obligation to be issued under the redevelopment plan. We've had 3 public hearings. How many times has the county put the maps and the agreement in the paper? The terms, obligations? Has there?
Reagan, 2 public hearings.
2, excuse me, 2. Oh, you okay, call 2 of them. I thought the one in November was a public hearing. I forgive me on that one.
My brain won't go back that far. So.
Okay. Okay.
Recent past.
Gotcha. But that is a requirement of state law for the public hearings. But there's 3 other things that where no conclusive information about the three main economic items of this whole project. And they are, show me in writing how many jobs this will create. Show me in writing what it's actually going to cost the taxpayers. Show me in writing exactly who's getting our tax dollars via tax exemption. And from what I've been told, there's no contract in place. The developer's already known, so no need not to divulge it. The name's been thrown out there, but you don't have a signed agreement. Or do you? At this point in time, I've been told no. There's another section that needs to be addressed in state law, maybe. Under Title 31, Section 31-6-90 and 31-7-90 for the county. And this defines exactly what's to happen to the displaced people, and a plan has to be presented now for them, not later. Where is that? Who's responsible for paying their relocation fees? It says the city's supposed to do it, have a plan, and has to pay for it. It also says the county has to do it. I don't know the answer to this question. I'm asking y'all, do you know the answer to the question? Because where are the persons residing in the areas covered when there are people in the area for the redevelopment plan? You have to have a plan in place, and you have to pay for their relocation, according to that section of the law. And the plan should include an assessment of the displacement impact. That's in number A. Provision for the creation of housing opportunities for the displaced people. It goes to, y'all, I'm not going to go through the whole law because you know it's that long. But the fact is, these are little pieces, snippets of the law that I have yet to see addressed by the city or the county. Maybe I missed it. Have you? Another reason not to vote, so that's another reason I wouldn't vote for the TIF. There's also been, and I don't know what else to call it, shoddy, incomplete reports furnished only after this extension request began. Now, Kerwood Chapel got me and several others, and she was one of them, but she was in office then when this thing started, to look at the numbers and reports and things that Rock Hill was supposed to be reporting as part of the intergovernmental agreement. And until we started pitching a fit, then it came in, and Bill knows this, dribs and drabs, emails here, email there, some attachments in PDF, some in Word, some in the body of the email with incomplete years, incomplete data on who got the money, where the money was spent, where it went. Like Mr. Winkler said, it was this high, but nobody could figure it out. Now, I served on a commission that I come off here, my last meeting will be Monday night. Then went through a similar situation when we went into it. There was a lot of financial questions at the museum, and we had 5 boxes of stuff. And it was mixed from years to dates to mess. You couldn't figure it out. We couldn't figure it out. And went through a long, drawn-out process. Sound familiar? There's an old adage that Mooch Hill people use. When you can't baffle them with you-know-what, you can't dazzle them with brilliance, you baffle them with you-know-what. I feel that way. Let me ask this question. Has the county received a report for 2014? Did they do a full narrative report for 2014? The one that's due now? Or did we just mail them a check? Good man. Thank you, Bill. Now, but it's the question that I'm asking. Another section that is real important is sections 31-6-100 and 31-7-100 defines exactly how assessments are to be done every year, and the county has not done these as required. As a matter of fact, the county sort of acted like an apologist that we didn't tell them to do it. We didn't follow up on the reports. You know, if you get a notice from the bank that you're being foreclosed on, do you think the bank would come back to you and say, "Oh, I'm sorry, we didn't tell you you were missing all your payments, so now we're not going to foreclose"? When you hear that, the bottom line is, if you read in that section, those 100s, it talks about what should be done, the assessment of the property, and under B, the key word in there, shall in every year, these assessments and these projects were to be assessed. Now, if Bruce Bryant's still here, I saw him earlier. If there was a major crime between McConnell's and Rock Hill, and nothing was happening, And the county council said, Bruce, get in here. We let you have money. By gum, where are you spending our money? And he said to you, well, nobody ever told me to patrol between McConnell's and Rock Hill. Or all of a sudden, the mad dogs get loose all over the unincorporated area of Fort Mill and start biting children, and y'all call the dog catcher, and he says, nobody told me not to go catch dogs outside the unincorporated areas of Fort Mill. That's an acceptable answer from the assessor's office? I see very little difference. The law says that's what's supposed to happen in every year with these properties. And you know why? To see whether or not it's working. Is it failing or is it working? For 26 years, we did not reassess the downtown TIF. I'm sorry, guys. Most people on the street, that's inexcusable. That's inexcusable. Another reason, and I'm next to the last, is that it is a big failure downtown. Red River and Manchester were not blighted, conservation, or sprawl. If you look under section 31-6-20 and 31-7-20, the General Assembly finds that there exist in many counties of the state blighted conservation and sprawl areas. The sprawl and conservation areas are rapidly deteriorating and declining and may soon become blighted areas if their decline is not checked. Now, y'all want to tell me behind the next between the river and the Galleria that property was or has been going down? Then or now? It wasn't a conservation area. It wasn't a sprawl area. And it surely wasn't blighted. So they don't qualify. So the success of the TIF, of the financing, needs to be looked at the downtown TIF. And it has been basically a failure with the addition of the textile TIF in 2004. I'm kind of throwing them together, but what's downtown is pretty close. It's been a failure for 26 years. The business that have located, as Kerwood mentioned, on the different nicknames that were put downtown, have continued to experience a tremendous failure rate, and the value of the property hasn't changed much at all over all those years. Even when the textile TIF was done, the city folks cheated a little bit. They snuck in the Winthrop building that was finished in 2003. They snuck it in there so that the assessment would be low to spread the difference out. Y'all uncovered that when you were going through the documentation. They hid it. It wasn't in the original numbers. But then again, we weren't assessing it. We weren't checking them. And then when it was checked, I don't know if anything's even been done about it. What this all boils down to, and that's my last reason, that if you wonder why people like me are against this, is for the principle of the thing and what it leads to. It gives economic development a bad name. It is special interest pork. It's special interest things. I mean, if I came here and said, would y'all let me not pay taxes for the next 5 years? And I tell you what, I'll put new barbed wire up on my fences for my cows to look at. And I bet you $50 to a donut, my property would be worth more 5 or 10 years from now than it is today. I didn't do a dang thing it would be. Come on. You see what I'm saying? And don't say that you don't. I notice that we might have a $3 million tax increase this year coming. Well, if you give $3 or $4 or $5 million to Rock Hill, how about do me a favor? Don't give it to them and my taxes to them and don't raise mine. There's a possibility, something to think about. Because here's what it all boils down to. We're not really following the spirit of the state law that really allows government bodies to tax for one purpose and then spend the revenue for another. It was not put there for what's going on here. So if you got to vote for it, I'll make you a promise. I've never threatened the county council but one time. It was in the early 90s, right before Kerwood went into office, and it wasn't me, it was a group of us. It was a Fish Creek-based committee, and we took them to court. And I see so many similarities here. But I ain't got time to do that. I'm not going to do that with this. But I will make you a promise. I promise you. You're sick of hearing me, Chad, I know. I'm making you a promise. This ain't going to go away. We'll get to put in the minutes. At every speaking, at every opportunity, and anybody that votes for this at your next election, your competition will have these sheets in front of them. I'll make sure they have them by me or by somebody else. because those that vote for this also, I think, have to believe, to go against the principle of it, as a former president of ours once said, the law is whatever you want it to be, per Bill Clinton. Thank you for your time. Thank you for putting up with me, and I hope I made a point.
Thank you, Reagan. All I got to say is, thank goodness Kerwood said everything he did say.
Well, don't take it personal. It is a strict issue matter to me. I don't take it personally. Thank y'all.
Thanks, Reagan. Let's see. Next part will be people that signed up for the 2-minute talk. Here again, now remember you have 2 minutes. I don't want to cut off anybody, but in fairness to everybody, that's the rule, so I have to stick to the rules. So please make sure you're pretty succinct in what you say. But the first 3 people signed up related to rezoning, so Judy Martinez. Is Eddie your husband?
Yes.
Did he want to come up with you, or? Yeah, I'll give you,
Yeah.
right, you both,
4 minutes total, that's
you
right.
get 4 minutes total. So we can make it 2 minutes apiece, or I can give y'all 4 minutes, whichever y'all prefer.
Good evening. I want
Oh,
to
you
say
look fine.
Good evening to all of you, and
So I'll tell you what, you speak your 2 minutes, and he can speak his 2 minutes.
my name is Judy Martinez, and I live at 224 Spring Lake Road, and it's business of the Pallet Place up there. Boy, you want to see a green fence go up fast. It went off mighty fast overnight, but it's still not around, but you still see the mess. It's a mess. My main concern is the zoning. To change it to industrial zoning, we were told that once he moved, it would go back. And then I heard that's not true, will not happen. I cannot see an area that is so pretty. Peach trees, orchard, the apple orchard up there and all, to be ruined, to become an industrial area. Please, I'm asking you, I live down the street, I bought a home to retire here, and it's beautiful. Please do not change it into industrial zoning. The man has a business, I don't want to ruin his business. It's really big, and it's over big where and he even said that he talked to us that he's thinking of moving, and we're going through all this where I don't know why. But thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you, ma'am.
It's true what my wife said. My name is Eddie Martinez. It's true what my wife said. Outside, they said that they could, if they change it into industrial, that there'll be no problem. If they move out, they'll make it again business. And I didn't believe that. I went home. But I want to say this. I come from Waterbury, Connecticut. I work for the city of Waterbury. And I don't believe my town here, this town is like this. What I'm going to say. I knew the mayors down there, and you must have heard a lot of news and all that on TV or whatever. But I work for the city of Waterbury, and I want to say this blunt, and I don't want to say this to hurt anybody. I love this town. I don't think this town is like this. And I lived there since '63. I moved there. I knew the mayors and everything. Up there, money talked. Money talked. I saw so many things going on with the mayors and the inspectors that they was not supposed to vote yes, and they vote. They're supposed to vote no, and they vote yes because of money. And I want to say this. I want to say this very quickly. If you're going to change it from business into industrial, you guys are making a big mistake. And don't vote because the next one vote this way and the next one vote this way. Check your heart. This is your city, your town. Check your heart. Vote what is in your heart. And then vote right. If he votes no, don't. If it comes to you, I think you want to vote right. I mean, yes. Why did you vote no? Or why did you vote no? You want to vote no. Check your heart and do the right thing. Do the right thing. And by the way, I love that sign up there, "In God We Trust." When I was a little child, I used to love the dollar bills because you'll say, "In God We Trust." But they're dirty that. And what I'm telling you is the truth. And if I could have more time, I'd tell you stories that your hair will grow up. I worked for the city for many years. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Eddie.
And thank you for listening.
Yes, sir, thank you. Next person's Ryan Kellett. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Ryan Kellett, 240 Spring Lake Road, Western York, and proud of Western York. When someone asks me where do you live, I'm glad to say Western York, the beauty countryside. I want industry and I want residential, but I want it responsibly. There's no reason to bring trash and deliver it in yards. We want to grow economics the long term. We want more family housing out there so we can have that tax base out in Western York. A pallet company, as Robert Winkle spoke to our community the other day, and the owner told Robert, hey, we might not even be there in 6 months. And we asking every one of you guys to vote on something that may not be there in 6 months. Consciously in your heart, can you feel that? To vote on something. I have some pictures that we can pass around. The owner told Robert he would make concessions. Has he met with anybody in the community? No. He put up a quarter-length fence around the outside of the company. Fencing. That's not even tall enough to cover the cab of the truck that sits in the facility. Have we did a study on this, on the water runoff of these pallets? What is stored on these pallets? Does that company have an MSDS sheet for each chemical or product that was stored on those pallets? We all have wells out there. Do we want that running off into our yards? We asked that a fence be put high enough, a private fence. We made an economic contribution to this county to have that house built and to pay those taxes with a 30-year mortgage, 20-year mortgage. Has he made any concessions to help us to look at that property? Does he really want to invest into York County? Does he want to invest for 6 months and pick up and move and we're stuck with that zoning? No, we don't want that. We want responsible, long-term. Think in your heart and your mind.
Thank you, Ray. Ryan. Next person is Andy Sheen.
Thank you, Chairman Blackwell. Andy Sheen, I'm the local executive for First Citizens Bank in York County, and 1403 Shimmerlight Circle is my address. First, Chairman Blackwell, out of respect for all of y'all's intelligence, which we have great respect for, we're not going to parade a bunch of people up here tonight to talk in support of the TIF. I'll be the lone speaker from the Knowledge Park Leadership Group. There are several business leaders out here in the audience, but out of respect for y'all, we wanted to do it as efficiently as we can. So I may go slightly over 2 minutes, but if you bear with me, I'll be the one, if that's all right.
Make it a little better, you can get me in a hot seat.
Okay, I'll work on
For
that.
him, you got to do it for everybody else.
All right. We have several points that we want to just kind of go through on some basic things. This conversation with County Council about extending the life of the TIF district began on April 28th, 2004. Matt Dosh from Comporium Communications came before y'all to talk about the vision for this. So it's been a little bit more than a year we've talked about this. The Knowledge Park's about many things, but primarily, y'all, it's about jobs. That's the heartbeat of every community is jobs, and this is about jobs. Quality paying jobs. Jobs of today, and most importantly, jobs of our future. We all know the times are changing economically and what jobs look like for a good, strong, diverse local economy. The Knowledge Park's about partnerships between local governments and educational institutions designed to prepare our citizens for the jobs of the future. Already, the state of South Carolina local participants have committed more than $1 million through local grants for workforce development. The Knowledge Park is about growing new businesses here in York County, growing more jobs in York County. Already more than a dozen high-growth businesses have been clients at the Knowledge Park Technology Incubator, targeted at what we're trying to do, create this type of diversity for jobs in our community. The Knowledge Park, very importantly, is about rebuilding that tax base that we lost.
Andy, I'm going to give you about 20 more seconds. Okay.
That was vanished from the textile industry, the former Leitry site alone. Achieving important goals requires teamwork. I've traveled around. I've seen great teamwork in communities. This community has the leadership through County Council, City Council, York Tech, Winthrop University. Our community has got it. Lastly, I'll say, over the last year, you've asked questions, you've requested information, you've studied, you've held public hearings, you've listened to your constituents, and I want to thank you. You have done exactly what I would expect from every local official here. So I thank you for your service to that, for your work on this the last 13 months, and the knowledge that you've come up with why this is such a great project to support. So thank y'all.
Thank you, Andy. Appreciate it, sir. Right. The next item, Vice Chairman Johnson wants to present a plaque.
I'm going to ask the engineering department. Come on down. I may be the one reading this, but this is certainly something that all the council members appreciate, and especially those of us who the Fort Mill Southern Bypass affects.
And if I may add too, I think this is the first award of this type in the state's history.
This is the first time our county has won this award.
Well,
Anyone in South Carolina has won this award.
York County's the first.
And what this is the 2014 Project of the Year by the Fort Mill Southern Bypass for York County. It says the 2.2 mile Phase 1 of the Fort Mill Southern Bypass opened July 30th, 2014. The project was designed to ease traffic in downtown Fort Mill and was funded through the county's Pennies for Progress program. Approximately 20,000 cars a day are expected to use this phase of the bypass. One bridge overpass was part of Phase 1 that spanned Banks Road and the Norfolk Southern Railroad. The final phase of the project is expected to be completed in 2016. And then it names the project engineer and the contractor. This is a big honor for our county, and this is a reflection of you and your dedication and y'all's hard work. And while I got to read it, this is certainly your plaque. Thank you very much.
Bill, do you want to say anything? And if, just a point of information, while I'm thinking about it too, I have been voted back chairman of the I-77 Alliance, and I'm really proud of that because of the fact, for many reasons, not one of the York County representatives were there because of being out of town, and we had a bad traffic jam on 77, and 2 or 3 of us were caught in it. I got there in time, but for various reasons, nobody from York County was there. It was just Fairfield, Chester, and Richland counties. And so that, to not have any of my friends there and still get a unanimous election, I'm really proud of that. So just FYI for the council members. But the next item, something that we have a little interest in. Consider third reading of an ordinance authorizing a second amendment to the intergovernmental agreement by and between the City of Rock Hill and York County relating to the Textile Corridor redevelopment plan, the amended downtown redevelopment plan, the Red River redevelopment plan, the Manchester Village redevelopment plan, and other matters related thereto. Third reading. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Discussion. And if the city representative, Stephen Turner, there you are, Stephen. I'm going to have you come close because you council members may have some questions for you, since this is such an important concern for council members. But discussion. Yes, sir, Mr. Roddy.
I just want to start out by saying, several questions have been raised over the last 13 months, even if you want to go back to the inception of the original TIF in 2004, and serving on the committee that certainly put forth a lot of effort, spent a lot of time looking into the numbers and how can we make sure we protect the taxpayers' money in this situation. We put in some long hours, long time, going over, rehashing. Some people think that we just picked this up January 1. You know, it's been stated numerous times, this goes back, this probably should have been voted on and passed or denied last year. But like I said before, we had new council members come on board who wanted to do their due diligence, and I think our chairman lended this body to that time to allow those two new members to get acquainted with what was going on, to make sure that they didn't jump out the hot frying pan into the grease without knowing what they were getting into. So my hat goes off to him for that. And I'll digress a little bit and say, when we got started rehashing this TIF, downtown TIF extension, I wasn't for it, because there were some things that I felt that the city of Rock Hill needed to do inside of my district before I lended my support to it. And some people criticized me for that, for pretty much negotiating with the city of Rock Hill to uplift uplift an area that was being flooded every time it rains. And we were able to work those out. And people said, well, those two issues had nothing to do with each other. And I scratch my head and I say, you know, looking back at what's going on in this state and across this nation, we see Columbia negotiating a roads bill, someone negotiating a part of an abortion bill with it. No one questions that part. We see people in Washington negotiating a health care bill, and others wanting something, infrastructure in their own home state. But I get criticized or questioned when I use some of the same tactics to uplift the area that I represent. And then the question comes into dangling that carrot out there of painting a picture of improper ethics with whether it's campaign donations, special interests. And I'll say this, and I was told to make sure I put this on the record, that my ethics and all 7 of our Ethics Commission reports are open to the public. So if anyone out there wants to go to SC, South Carolina Ethics Commission, pull up any one of the 7 council members' ethics report, please feel free to do so. And if there's anything that you feel or deem improper, there's a method to question that. And I've said it before, it's on the record. So if anyone feels that that's a improper or impropriety going on, there's a process for that. Certainly, we do all we can to make sure that we don't cross that line. But if anyone feels that that line has been crossed, that process is open to anyone, anywhere, anytime to take those steps. So I did want to make sure I say that. There's been a lot said tonight about the city of Rock Hill. I did not know that the city of Rock Hill was a failure. I did not know that Winthrop University was a failure. I did not know one of the fastest growing cities in the upstate was a failure. I did not know that. That is definitely news to me. Fort Mill is growing. It's challenging Rock Hill on many fronts. But Rock Hill, in my opinion, I may be a little biased in this, but I think Rock Hill is a major driver in York County and in the Charlotte metro region. That's not fact. That's just my opinion. You can look it up. You can research it. But Rock Hill is on the map, and we're making noise across this state, across this region, and across this country. So for anyone to sit up here and say that Rock Hill is a failure, I don't know which part of I don't know where they're living at or what they're watching or what they're hearing, but Rock Hill is thriving, it's booming, and it is an economic driver in this region. So I do support that, and I did want to kind of go on the record to say that I believe in what Rock Hill's doing. I was born and raised here. Every decision that, whether it's a city council or county council, it's not going to go off the Richter scale each and every time. We talk about putting the roof on, taking the roof off. But Rock Hill is surviving all that. It's coming out. It's coming out of that shell, and that bleacher area that we're talking about doing extension for, it was blighted. That building caught on fire 3 times. It was toxic. It had to be torn down. It was a travesty waiting to happen. So for someone to have the vision to create this knowledge park, they've toured the country, saw all different types of models and what can be done. I support the job aspect of the knowledge park. I think the tax base is going to be there. There's no threat to displacing homeowners in the area. This is a highly commercialized area. So we have to defend ourselves and stand on many different fronts. And I feel like it's part of my responsibility to do that because this is my district. I grew up 3 blocks from where Springs was at. My mom worked for Springs. So I know this area. I was born and raised here. Certainly, when you go down to Greenville, South Carolina, you see what they've done to their old downtown, Milltown. You go up to North Carolina and Durham and Raleigh area, you see what they've done to their areas. For someone to think that this is going to be a failure, you know, I hope I'm still on council when we can stand up here today and probably present this county an award, this city an award for this Knowledge Park initiative. I see that being this type of project, and that's why I'm supporting it. But for anyone to the contrary who thinks that we shouldn't be doing it, we're giving up too much tax money, I think we've positioned York County very well to be good stewards of the taxpayers' money, to make sure that we protect our interests. You know, it's been said that we could be challenged legally, we could go to jail, but we have a county attorney that before we sign anything or get into any agreement with anyone, he makes sure it's legal. And to say that a TIF is going against what we took an oath of office for, the TIF is supported and come up by the state of South Carolina. So if anything wrongdoing behind that, someone would have went to jail a long time ago. So I stand on that. I stand behind what we've done for its negotiation. So I will definitely be supporting the TIF, and anyone of the 7 who don't support the TIF, feel free, but we all are responsible for how we vote and why we vote. So having said that, I'm supporting the TIF.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir,
I'll go ahead
Mr.
and say
Winkle.
my piece. First of all, Reagan, I'm not saying how I'm voting yet. You'll hear that in a few minutes, but if I vote for this, you're not the first one that said they'd put somebody running against me next time, so that's all right. I'm not sure you're gonna have to. So, the few things that I'll say about this, you know, there were some things made about the money that we spent on roads downtown. All of those roads were voted on by the taxpayers, and they voted to tax themselves on pennies for progress roads. That's not something that we took money from and did. Those taxpayers did that. They voted that themselves. When I was elected, you know, I felt like I wanted to try to make a difference and do what I felt was best in looking at everything. Hopefully over the next few months I'll do that, and then I'll decide whether or not you need to put somebody against me. You know, but when I was asked to be on this committee, or when I asked to be on the ad hoc committee, one of the things that I wanted to look at, and we heard all along, was, you know, well, the city of Rock Hill didn't produce reports. We don't know what the city's doing with this money. We don't know how it works. And people talk a lot about the downtown TIF. You know, I have a tremendous amount of heartburn, and I've told Mayor Eccles and everyone else with the downtown TIF, because it started in 1988, and previous councils set up here multiple times and extended it now till 2039. But that's done. That's over. What we're talking about today is the textile corridor TIF, which was started in 2004. And until, as far as I understand, until we started this ad hoc committee, we did not get a report from the city of Rock Hill on anything that was going on. And so I felt like in my short time on council, from talking to other council members, that more than likely this TIF was going to pass again. This extension was going to pass. And so any of you that heard me say anything about it, I said, well, if it's going to pass, then as a county council member, I feel like I need to do the best I can to get the best agreement for the county citizens versus the city. And so I asked for all kinds of things that Michael Kendry told me there was no way I could ask for them, but we asked for them and he put them before the city. And you know, so a few things that we negotiated for and that we did get from the city, and this has all been, you know, I know all of you have seen the versions of the TIF agreement that have been put out since the last public hearing or before the last public hearing. Not talking SOAR Phelps, talking the TIF agreement. And at the back of it, there's a list of every tax parcel that's in there, which is something was mentioned tonight that, you know, has not been seen. It's on that TIF agreement. It's there. You know, so, but for me, I said, okay, if it's going, what can we get out of this? What can we do? if the city has never produced a report before, in the past, they've added parcels and done this stuff to build a fountain that's been a lot of heartburn for a lot of people. Took property, turned in, spent taxpayers' money on a fountain. So we got an agreement that the amount of property in this textile TIF right now that is city-owned is all that there can be. There cannot be any other property bought and put into city or nonprofit hands to do any future fountains or whatever else. That's in the agreement. It's also in the agreement that since the city owns its own public utility company, they cannot use the TIF funds from the county to do any public utility infrastructure upgrades. They have their own funds for that. That's where and I was in the city of Rock Hill for a good number of years, and I paid a lot of electric bills into there. That's what that's for. They can't use our funds for that. The downtown TIF started in 1988. It's been extended I don't know how many times. I tried to look, but it got too confusing for my Georgia education to try to go through all of that. So, but not once in all those extensions did the county get a step up in tax basis. This amendment has a step up in tax basis. We are getting more tax money off of this. If we do nothing, the TIF does not end until 2029. For 14 more years, the city of Rock Hill is going to continue doing what they've been doing. And I've asked our county attorney if we have any legal teeth in the current agreement to hold them to the reporting. And the way that it's written, yeah, we could hold them to the reporting, but we can't do anything with those funds. This amendment says if we do not get those reports on the deadline, they get a 30-day window to give them to us. If they don't, we keep the TIF funds and we put them in the county's general fund, and the city gets nothing off of them that year. So we did get some concessions, and I fought for those concessions. And I felt like, I feel like, and anybody that's threatened my next election, I feel like I would be disingenuous if I fought for all of this, got it, and voted against what I fought for. So there's your answer. I will support it tonight.
Mr. Henderson, I'll skip Mr. Johnson. I'll come back to him.
Well, I've written several notes here, and, one of these three readings, to try my best to be open-minded as I possibly could, trying to treat this and hoping this would turn out to be a very, very unconventional type TIF. In my opinion, it didn't quite make it, and the reason why, it's still open in there to where you can have a backdoor way of having eminent domain, and it will end up hurting poverty-stricken people. Maybe some parents of yours, some minorities, by false or basically artificially inflating property values. And when these folks end up having to leave, it was said earlier, big potential, and I've said it before, I've said it several times. Somebody's going to have to be responsible for those people and their move. That being said, also, I want to mention this. Some other states have quit getting involved in TIFs. States, towns, counties, they finally learned their lesson. They saw that these things were not working, or working very little, or, just making it to where individuals that possibly would put their money in from a private sector standpoint and using mine and your money in order for them to benefit. I just, we have a feedlot versus a TIF. Feedlot, you have a lot of benchmarks, you have guarantees, you have a number of guidelines and that keeps things in check to where it reduces the heartburn. It reduces the risk. Also, I want to make it known. I was challenged, I'll say that last. Do not worry about these low-income people, by the way, because the president just recently said, and believe you me, he'll do it. He'll ultimately deal with these people who are dislocated, and they'll end up putting them in your nice neighborhoods. And I don't care if they're white, black, pink, or purple, but folks that even they wouldn't want to come to your neighborhood, you may not want them to come to your neighborhood, but in the future, HUD, well, it's a rule now. Like I've been a prophet before, and I'm a prophet now, and it has came true. Now they will cause you uncomfort by doing those type things, because they will take away from this local control. That's where they'll relocate these people. And some will be okay, but some will not. If you knew every one of them, might be one thing. But being that you don't, you won't have a say-so. It won't matter. It's mind over matter because you don't matter. And I don't agree with that kind of thing. I think most of us up here really don't agree with it. But I also want to mention this last thing right here, that, I was challenged a while back, and I had another council member just being objective with me. Was asking me, Bruce, and again, they were just being objective. Bruce, what if this was the old American Thread mill downtown Clover? What if it was that area? I will tell you right now, I would vote just like I'm going to vote tonight. No. Thank you.
Mr. Williams?
Thank you. I spoke enough at the first public hearing this time around, and probably the one we had the other first public hearing. Robert's actually reiterated a bunch of the points that I made then. That it's an extension. It's not an original, which has a new, which for me asked different sets of questions. We did negotiate the 2029 reset. One thing that I did want to point out again is we're not giving up any money. What we're giving up the increment. We collect the tax. We continue to collect the tax base, and what we're giving up is the increase in value that comes after the public investment. If you think the area is going to develop without public investment, then we're giving up something. If you don't think it's going to develop without public investment, then we're not giving up anything, the way that I look at it. And in 2029 and 2039, it could be a boon. The risk lies with the city of Rock Hill. York County is not giving up any taxes, and if it does fail, it lies with the city of Rock Hill. Thank you all for your interest.
Mr. Johnson?
I've said this before, and I will repeat it again tonight. What's good for Rock Hill is good for York County. What's good for Fort Mill, and what's good for TUK is good for York County. Somehow, these battles often come down to east-west, Rock Hill versus every other municipality. Instead of thinking just about that, I'd ask this council to think about the county. What is good for the county? How does the county grow its revenues? How does the county expand its tax base? This TIF requires you to believe that Rock Hill is going to be able to fix its downtown problem, that it's going to turn the corner. Based on its track record, you might not believe that. But on Saturday, I had the opportunity to drive through downtown Rock Hill, and I have to be honest, I don't get down there very often. But I drove around, and I was amazed by all that's going on down there. And I was genuinely surprised, and I was excited by what I viewed as some real vision and things happening there. And if part of making that happen is passing this TIF and extending it, not doing a 25-year TIF, doing 10 more years, give them 10 years to see if they can fix it, then I'm willing to do that, and I'm willing to run on that. I've weighed the pros and cons, and I've got to be honest, the cons do not outweigh my belief that economic development will only happen in downtown Rock Hill in a way that will make a meaningful impact on the tax base and the citizens of all of York County if we pass this TIF. I'll be supporting the TIF tonight, and I encourage other council members to do the same.
Ms. Cox?
We've had a lot of information that's been put on the record in the previous hearings, and I want to thank Chairman for allowing us to research it. What fundamentally and where I fall on this has to do with the reasons why I ran for office. And, you know, this quote had come up to me when I was thinking about what to say tonight. Words are important, but it's the actions that define who we are. Words are important, but it's what we do. It's how we vote that defines whether or not you truly believe what you say. This political position has been interesting to me because you can sway and move and change the way you say something to lead someone to believe something. If you give them one nugget of truth, you can twist it to say whatever you want. I ran on fiscal responsibility. I ran on not giving barter for dole. I ran on the proposition that we're not going to use public money for private improvement. I ran on the fact that we are going to ensure that we give the same scrutiny to the mayor that we give to the homeless man who comes to our business. And I find it interesting that we enforce rules differently. We would have kicked a bunch of people out of here previously that we didn't want to hear from, but it seems to me and it troubles me, and I will never make a decision based upon who someone is. I will make the same decision whether it is the homeless man or whether it is the mayor who comes up and talks to me or the President of the United States. We have given a lot of scrutiny to a lot smaller projects. And what we're being asked to do here is to determine whether or not it makes sense to forego additional county tax money. And the county has invested a lot in downtown. I work in downtown. I grew up, I was born and raised in Rock Hill. I'm invested in our town, and I want to thank our chamber again. I want to thank the folks on the Knowledge Leadership Park. You guys are doing what you're supposed to do. You're advocating for this. Good for you, and you've done a good job because you convinced the majority of the council members. It's going to pass tonight. But I can't break away from what I ran on. And in doing the level of scrutiny that I have put on this as well as other projects, we still don't have any idea what the projects are. We have no idea what the specific money is going to be used for. We have not been promised, nor is there any document that says we're going to have jobs, this X amount of jobs. There has been, and it's been admitted, there's no financial analysis to determine the cost benefit and whether that weighs in the interest of the public. That is who I serve, the public. It is no secret that if the $6 million that's currently owed on the projects that are in downtown TIF, Textile Quarter TIF, they could be paid for by the amount of the profits that the city has, $5 to $6 million. Nobody is questioning the fact that if you put enough money in something that it might translate. But we've spent $18 million so far, and it's only increased the tax base $80,000 to the county. Looking at the facts, I do not see how I can justify that to the folks who I promised that I would make my decisions based upon these factors. I can't get myself there. That's me. That's the analysis I've done. And I hope that folks understand that I'm going to use the same analysis no matter who comes up here. That's consistency. That's what I ran for. That's the difference I want to make. Just a few other comments. Some things that I wish that we could have done, and it is create a cap. We've not done that. We talk about the stepped-up tax base. Really, in 2029, without this extension, the county would receive the entire amount that's coming in. So saying that in 2029 we're getting a stepped-up tax base really is not, to me, providing all of the factual information. At the very least, we should, if we're going to reset it, let's either reset it today or let's reset it in 2029, because the way the project's written now is in 2029, we're going to use 2014 assessed values. I think we ought to change it to 2029 values, if that's what we're going to do. Again, the county has invested over $40 million in this. It's time, if we're going to reset it, let's go ahead and recoup the benefit. Let's make everything level. We're not even doing that. I agree. What is good for Rock Hill is good for York County. I am struggling to see how this helps Rock Hill and the citizens of Rock Hill. We've already gotten notice of taxing of increases in water and utilities and electric. Those taxes and that money is going to be used for that. This is increasing the public dole. It's compounding the problem without having the development agreement in place. If there was a development agreement in place that the people could look at, the people in the community could look at, that the folks could look and criticize and look at the projects, then that would make a difference to me, but that's not what we've done. Obviously, I've made my position known several times, and I've provided a lot of factual information prior to that. I will not be voting for that. I would request that in terms of protecting the public, that we amend what's been proposed to, number one, provide for, if the Sora Phelps development agreement does not get approved, that our agreement be conditioned upon an actual agreement being done. And so I will make a motion to amend to essentially request that any approval of this agreement be conditioned, that the county approval of this be conditioned upon a development agreement being reached with the city and Sora Phelps. And if that does not happen, then it would void the county approval of that. I would also request an amendment that we have a cap so that we know how much money is actually being contributed by the county. And I will propose, for purposes of my amendment, that we cap that at $240,000, which is half of what's been proposed previously.
Michael, since this is so critical, I'm going to let you guide me through the parliamentary procedure here to make sure I do it exactly 100% correctly. So,
There's been a motion made with 2 conditions, and you're awaiting a second.
okay, and so do we have a second?
Is it 2 separate motions, or is it one total motion? Make 2
If it's,
motions.
make two.
Make 2 motions.
I'll divide it into 2 motions to get support.
So you,
Well,
you're
there,
saying them both again, I think we get the drift, so.
I will second her first motion.
That being, if the development agreement does not occur, that it voids the TIF?
Yes.
Okay. Then on this, Michael, should I proceed with that discussion, or?
well, no, you've got a motion, you have an amendment with a second, and you have a second proposed amendment with no second.
Okay, so on the second amendment, cap, do we have a second? There being none, so we're back to the first.
Second amendment fails for lack of a second, and you have one proposed amendment with a
So now
second.
we've moved to the amended motion discussion?
Yeah.
you can move to the amended motion discussion if you care to.
Okay, so,
You will not have to accept the amendment as the first.
so I don't, that,
No, we'll be voting on the amended, proposed amendment, and then you'll vote on the main motion.
and that was actually, your point just made was why I wanted to check with him first, because I thought for a minute there I needed to get your acceptance.
I want, can I, discussion? Are we in discussion?
Yes.
All right. I would just like to throw out, I would support this amendment if she goes on the record to supporting the whole vote. I mean, because why?
Unfortunately, that's not how it works.
Why should we, well, the question is, well, my question is, why should we accept her amendment if she's not going to turn around and accept the whole
Well,
motion?
yeah, let's not go there, that's for sure. But
Well-
yes, sir. I'm
They-
sorry, were you not done?
Yeah, we,
Well, hang
But
on.
I won't support the amendment.
Okay, Mr. Williams.
I guess just a procedural question. I understand the purpose of the amendment but what I'm concerned about, and we got Mr. Turner up here standing up, haven't answered any questions. I don't know if he can answer those questions, but I don't want to create is a circle, because what we keep hearing, and we don't have a Sora Phelps agreement because we haven't passed it. If it's contingent upon us passing it, are we just gonna kill it in a circle?
Well, let me add to that. Obviously, they're waiting, I assume, to hear our decision is a strong part of it. So I think in general, our decision kind of guides that decision, but actually, that was one question I was going to have for you without it being an amended motion. If the if the DA agreement does not occur, is it the plan, or do you know the plan that, well, that would essentially just void the procedure to move forward with a 10-year extension, or had that been discussed?
That really has not been discussed at this point. It is my expectation that the development agreement will be going to City Council at City Council's next meeting. Consideration that's next Monday night. Should that development agreement with that developer not be approved for some reason, which I certainly do not expect, then the city would be back in the business of finding other private developer partners to work with on this deal. But I think that there's been a lot of time and effort that has gone into negotiating that development agreement with Sora Phelps, and I have every reason to expect that the council will consider that favorably a week from today.
Let me ask you one other question. In terms of the Spark, the great initiator of this development, do you see that coming more from private developers, or do you see that coming from Winthrop?
It's coming from private developers.
Okay.
We have no commitments from Winthrop, for Winthrop to make any investments. Hopefully, Winthrop benefits and can take advantage of the Knowledge Park development. Certainly, it will benefit Winthrop not to have an abandoned old textile mill site located behind their campus. They have something positive back there that will help to attract students and faculty and staff and help strengthen that university. But we're not, at this point,
So that's
moving on.
private developers
It's private
driven.
developers. And again, Lee Gardner's here. Family Trust is building a new corporate headquarters. That private investment process has already begun.
That's one point I was going to make. Obviously, there's a lot of confidence in it because of, like, family trust. And here again with Winthrop, and I'm not here to air out their financial balance sheet, but I understand per the 2014 sheet that their non-restricted reserves were like $700K out of about $115 million budget, which is less than 1%, and we're at 30, 40, 44%. So I don't see them as having the wherewithal financially to even put the money in, so that was an important answer to me. Yes, sir.
And I don't have a question, I have more of a comment. I seconded this motion for one primary reason. Part of my support for this was the ability to review that Sora Phelps agreement. We sat in this room, we all read it, we got to look at it. Now, was it the final agreement? Maybe not, but at least information was shared with me that I could then base some of my opinions on. if for some reason the city cannot reach an agreement with Sora Phelps, I would want the opportunity to review whatever new agreement is made with whatever new developer. It would not most likely change my opinion of the TIF, but it would certainly be part of the factors in my decision-making process. And I think that's just part of good due diligence on our part. So, hopefully Rock Hill will vote it through with Sora Phelps and make it happen, but if for some reason they didn't, I certainly would want the opportunity to come back and look at this. And that's why I seconded the motion and will be voting in support of it.
Mr. Henderson.
Just one last bit of information. I asked this when this was first approached back in the fall, or whenever it was, but it's been a while back, I do know that. And it was mentioned earlier about this may go back as far as 1988. And this was during a lot of the peacetime years that even through the end of the Reagan era to the Bush era and then the Clinton era, when things were practically on fire and it just, we were, the good times were rolling. And here we are. Big toilet bowl. And we're going to throw some more in. So, I don't feel good about this at all. And I hope my colleagues don't feel good about it enough that somebody will change their mind to keep this from continuing, because I have a feeling that when some of us come and go, and when the whole chamber up here changes somewhat, and it may be me, I don't know. All I can say is I'm just about certain we will be approached again. And the taxpayer will be the loser once again.
Any other comments about them? Yes, sir, Mr. Winkler.
Just quickly, I don't remember if it was Friday night or Saturday night, y'all could probably tell me, but I had dinner in downtown Rock Hill and listened to Kansas for a little bit.
Friday night.
Thank you, I couldn't remember which nights all start running together after a while, but, so, I was
That was before
impressed.
my time, by the way, but I just heard about that.
I was impressed with some of the stuff that's gone on down there. My understanding of the way, and again, we didn't study TIFs when I was in school in Georgia, growing up in the mountains, but my understanding of the way the TIF agreement is the county decides whether or not to give up the increment. The municipality comes up with their own agreements on what to do with it. It's, so for that reason, we either vote for the TIF or we don't. The agreement is the city's, it's not the county's agreement. We can't vote, in my opinion, on that part because we're not the one signing the agreement for that. We're signing an agreement with the city as to whether or not we'll do the TIF, so I won't support this amendment.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, one question, Michael. So if this is voted in the affirmative, then that just takes care of the previous original motion?
No, sir, then you need to vote on the main
So
motion.
then we still need to vote on the previous?
This is only an amendment.
Okay. Well, let me just, since we're going to be back on that, I'll say my few little words piece then. But as far as the amended motion, that was one concern I had about, well, if this agreement does not come to fruition, what's there? And here again, we're not going to kill the thing, but at least we get to look at who they're going to talk to, because I think it is important to get the private developers involved and make this happen. So I see the logic in it, so I'm going to support the amended motion. So that being said, question on the motion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no?
No.
So it fails. Now we're back to the original motion.
That's right.
So is there any further comments on
I
there?
messed up, I'm sorry. Let me back up on that. I thought we was back to the original. I'm sorry.
All right, so let me do a count again. Those in favor of the amended motion say aye. Aye. So what?
Amended motion?
Where, the amended motion.
If we,
The amended motion.
The amendment, not the amended motion.
The amendment to the motion.
Which says that if
I'm not voting for the original. Let's just make it that plain.
Right.
Okay.
So this
You're
is the
voting for
amendment.
Christie's motion that I second.
Amendment.
So, which is.
If it's going that way, I guess I have to.
So you're supporting the amendment?
You the one that just turned it.
Is that, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Okay, I'm going to vote no.
You're voting no?
No.
Now I'm confused. Let's do it one more time. All those in favor of the amendments, say aye.
It was you and I and Christie, and the other four voted no.
Okay, so the other four, you're voting no. So it's,
That makes me support it overall.
Now we're
It's
getting ready
just
to do
the
that one.
amendment.
Now we're gonna vote.
Basically, we're voting on whether or not to amend the motion. So
Okay,
if you're
well, we're-
okay with the
Okay,
amendment.
okay, my mistake, sorry.
okay, so we've had that vote. Let's get back to the original motion of support for the TIF. Any other comments before I
I
say?
don't- Did you understand your vote? I mean, let's just be clear.
I mean, we voted twice.
I'm voting with you on the first, on the amended part.
You've already voted no twice.
Well, you voted no.
No.
Okay.
Voted no twice. You're trying to vote yes.
Well, can I back it up? Can I back, am I allowed to back it up now?
You can clarify,
See
you
how
can clarify your vote,
confusing
Mr.
this thing
Henderson.
is?
Okay, so now you support the amendment, is that?
The amendment.
Okay, so now it passes 4-3.
I'd repeat it just to be sure.
Amended.
For a third time, Mr. Chairman.
State it out.
The amended motion states that if the developer agreement does not occur with the present developer, then we will void the agreement and they have to come back to us with the new developer to revisit this.
Okay. Okay.
Is that close enough?
Right? Is that close enough?
You'll void the approval.
Avoid the TIF approval and they have to come back.
Contingent upon returning with a new development agreement for review.
Right.
We're
So you're-
approving that amendment.
So you're
Approving the
good with
amendment.
the contingency, but everybody's good now? Okay, so now we're back to the original motion. Any further discussion? There being none, let me just make a few points. One, I want to, and I'm not one to brown nose, because people that know me pretty well know that I pretty much tell you what I think. I mean, I grew up on the south side of town, and I'm not one to be shy about how I feel about things. But I'm very impressed with Ms. Cox and Mr. Winkler as our two newest members. The due diligence they put into the TIF discussion was admirable. I think they were pretty thorough. Mr. Chappell's not here. I appreciate, as always, Mr. Chappell's opinion. I mean, I used to be called Kerwood Jr. on the school board days, and I was honored to be called that. Reagan, I appreciate the citizen input. I wish more people felt like you and got involved, and a lot of the problems of the past probably would not have occurred. That being said, I'm going to have to disagree with the negatives against this TIF because, and as Ronald Reagan, my hero, would say, and my wife still tells me, please don't mention his name just one day of the year, and I can't honor that request. Ronald Reagan said, if you agree 85% of the time, then you're pretty much in agreement. And this is one of the few times we'll have to disagree. But I do agree with the past the city has. I do understand the realities like the Galleria TIF was not truly a TIF. However, the Bleachery area is a true TIF. It is a blighted area. Personally, I feel like this is the last chance the city has. And Stephen, I'm sorry, you can sit down. There won't be any more questions.
I said five words since I've been up there.
I mean, you started to look comfortable up there, and I didn't know if I needed to tell you to sit down or not. You might have preferred to stand there. But truly, if there ever was a blighted area, the Bleachery, the heart of the area is a blighted area, no doubt about it. And the county can't really be bound by the failures of the city government in the past with previous things that should not have been called a TIF, how things are managed. Hopefully the way we've worked in the negotiations, we've done the best we can for the taxpayer because like Mr. Williams said, really, the city's on the hot seat for this. I mean, the taxpayers for the county, and I'm a city resident myself, the taxpayers for the county, it becomes a win-win if this occurs. And I really think this might be the last shot for that area to be a job developer. I understand the doubts, I agree with a lot of the concerns, but I'm not willing to sit here and slam the door shut on that opportunity, because it has the best opportunity I think they're gonna have. And like was mentioned by Family Trust, putting their confidence in it with all the money they've spent there. We've put a lot of money into it per previous councils with the Pennies for Progress recommendation on the roads and for that development. I would hate to see that money now essentially wasted. We do have in there the reversion back to the 2014 area that does save the taxpayers about $840 or so $1,000. We will lose some taxable income during that time, but after it comes about, if it's successful, we're going to have a great return on that investment. If it's not successful, then the private developers are really the ones paying the price. Now, I get it, to pay the bond, utility rates will probably go up. I understand that, but I don't think I remember in the past 15 years the utility rates not going up. So I don't know if that would keep that from happening or not. But, you know, I just feel like, and here again, like I mentioned for the I-77 Alliance, which was kind of my baby, I fought to have it form. I'm all about jobs, and I think this is a great opportunity to bring jobs. It's up to the city now to make it happen. And it's up to them to take the consequences if they don't make it happen, because I think this is their last shot at, for the TIF word being spread among governing bodies. So that being said, I'm sure there's some things that I didn't mention that I wanted to mention, but question on the motion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
No.
5-2. Next item. Consider second reading of an ordinance ordering a referendum pursuant to the County Bond Act for the purpose of determining whether York County shall be authorized to issue not exceeding $89,770,000 of general obligation bonds to obtain funds with which to construct capital improvements.
Move to approve.
We got a second. Discussion. There being none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Next item, council to consider amending and third reading of an ordinance entitled to establish operating and capital budgets for the operation of the county government of York County for the fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2015, to provide for the levy of taxes for York County for the fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2015, to provide for the expenditure of tax revenues and other county funds, to provide for other fiscal matters related to county government.
Move to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Discussion.
As amended.
Right, okay, thank you, sir. Discussion. Mr. Johnson.
I'll go first. I mentioned 2 weeks ago some of my concerns, and then it appears that some of them were addressed. And I hate, and I have to be honest, I got this list early this morning, numbered, so everything made it a little easier. But I have not, in the course of my day, been able to stop enough to track all of this to some of my amendments. I'm going to make a series of amendments that I guess we'll go through. Hopefully we'll have learned something in our last go-round. We'll be able to do it a little smoother. But I'm going to make some amendments, and I'm going to give you a cheat sheet, council members, so you can follow along. And Beth, if you'd like one to help you, because you're the one eventually has to rewrite the book.
Can I make a comment before you
Yeah,
start?
go ahead.
I'd just like to point out that I'm in favor of the process. I think the process we go through, that's what leads to our good financial management over the past couple of years. In fact, one of the biggest things we've been able to do is return money to the reserve fund. Because we've been tighter over the past couple of years, we haven't been able to. We used to return enough money to the reserve fund to invest in capital projects. this millage rate is actually more attributable to capital projects than it is to operations. And, you know, we can save 2,500 here and 2,500 here, but if we do that in 10 different departments, we're going to save $25,000. I'm not opposed to doing that. In fact, I think that the budget team went back to Mr. Johnson's original recommendations, and I respect that he hadn't had a chance to read out of them, and some of these might have been addressed already, and did a good job of that. I mean, I agree with it to the point that even the public relations officer, I want it to stay under the county council budget, because I understand that would mean before one's hired, it comes through us. I don't think there's as much support as there was there. I don't want to do something just to do it, but since it's in our budget, I would imagine we would do the same thing with it we did with cell phones last year. So I want to protect the process, and I appreciate going through all these individually, but I will probably vote against most of them, because the ones that have already been addressed have been addressed. And I just think we need to keep the process whole. We get in the habit where we start asking for 4 people because we need 2. We're going to lose everything we've been working for, and I think that some of this scrutiny does that.
And I would just recognize the fact that obviously Beth and the staff do an excellent job based on, well, you just compare it, like I mentioned earlier, to surrounding governing bodies, how sound we are because of the said process that you mentioned. With that being said, Mr. Johnson.
And I can appreciate your comments, Mr. Williams, that the process is, that you like the process, you think the process works. I don't think the process doesn't work. I don't think the process is necessarily broken. What I think is that a lot of these little numbers in my budget cuts equal up to $1.9 million. And that is a substantial sum of money that the taxpayers of York County might appreciate us not hitting them with this year. I'm going to begin, and
I guess the only.
I'm going to let me make a motion.
Everybody, let's chill for a minute. Mr. Johnson's speaking right now.
I'm going to make the first motion I'm going to make is, and what I did is I had asked staff to compose a list of things that are not required by the state of South Carolina that we spend money on. That is where a majority of this list comes from. What I then tried to do was explain out in the column on why I may have thought that, or kind of where the money came from. And I tried to match as much of it as I could to the actual funding numbers in our 3-ring binders.
I don't want to interrupt you, but let me just request that you hold any motion until we kind of go through what you're.
All right, I'm going.
So Beth can respond.
I'd like to talk about this first thing, and I'm going to start at the very bottom. What we've done is we've set aside 5% for a salary increase. It's a funding set aside, really. We're not giving anybody a raise. We're taking 5%, and we're hoping that a study comes out. My initial thoughts on that was I didn't really have a problem with it, and then I really felt that the sheriff made some excellent comments and came out, and I was convinced that the sheriff was right, actually. And so my first move in this will be to take that $2.5 million that we're putting aside and to cut it, to cut the full 2.5 and give a 2.5% merit increase to all York County employees. Not all employees will get a merit increase. Some will, some won't. But certainly, I have a fundamental problem with saying that we're going to put 5% aside, and then we're going to have a study that says you're 2-3% behind, and that we're just automatically going to bump all those salaries. We're going to get you there. And if you're not behind, we're not going to give you any raise at all. There are people in our county who work for the county who deserve raises, and I think we need to address those raises today. And then this was not something, unfortunately, I was gone on vacation last week and wasn't able to discuss this with everybody, but this is something that really just from hearing the sheriff and reading some of his comments, I agree with him. I think we ought to give a raise.
Since it's lengthy, would you mind clarification on this item? So you're saying that you agree with the 5% set aside, but go ahead and take 2.5 for merit?
I would not do any set aside. I would simply do a 2.5 merit
And then
increase.
wait until the study for
And I
next
would wait to
budget.
see what the study for the next budget. But that, and if our concern is, and I've read in the book that our concern is that we're gonna be off by about 4% well, we'll only be off 1.5% at that point. And that's a whole lot closer, and I'd like to see us see if we can trim some of our reoccurring expenses in order to fund this better.
And bear, be patient
Yeah, no,
with me,
you-
but since these are very important points, it's the budget, you're bringing up great points. Instead of going through everything, I'd rather the staff go ahead and, Bill or Beth, do you have any comments?
I definitely have a comment on that.
I want to.
Well, I'm gonna let the staff answer, and then we're gonna move forward, and then at the end, I'll let because otherwise, we're gonna drown.
Well,
I
that's
just
what
want-
we're gonna, I mean, we're setting up to drown, and we need to drown.
Well,
If we
here
wait till
again-
this one at the end,
Here again, I'm the chair, this is how we're gonna do it. I'm gonna let the staff address each issue. At the end, we can make you a little note, and then we can talk
well,
about it.
a lot of these are council issues. In fact, this is in our strategic plan.
Do y'all have any?
I was gonna say it is part of the strategic plan, and if that money is put out there and certain, you can do whatever you, need to do with it, but you could, if you wanted to break it up into two pots and say, let's use half of it and give a merit raise and let's reserve the other half. And then allocate it out based on how the salary study comes back for the people that are low, or well below the minimum. That would be an option as well.
Mr. Shanahan?
Yes, one of the things you have to remember too is the ongoing study right now is based on what our employees are actually making. So if we give them a pay raise in the middle of the study, it's gonna throw them off with it, so that's something we have to look at too.
Okay, next.
And I'm just gonna summarize. I spoke out last time regarding Keystone Safe Passage, Soil and Water, York County Council on Aging, Disability Special Needs, Lake Wiley Marine Commission. As you can tell, what I have said that I just fundamentally do not believe it's the role of government to support nonprofits. That is me. I would like to see us phase them out over a period of time. I believe that churches, civic organizations, individuals should support these groups. These are worthy groups. These groups deserve our support. What I'm not sure they deserve is our tax dollars. What I heard from a lot of them was that they take our money, and for every dollar we invest, they get us, it was $10, $12, $20 back in return. Well, what they really said to you was they take your state and local tax dollars and they use it to get our federal tax dollars. So we're basically leveraging our tax money for more tax money. I just fundamentally think this is a wrong process. I believe that these are worthy organizations and the people they are helping need help. I am calling for a 3-year phase out for most of them. And some of them, as I recall, it was just a total cut. But I believe the county needs to make that move. I also made numerous cuts, family court, extradition expenses, DUI court wireless, planning, advertising for DST, probate, parole, modular repairs to equipment, detention programs, small equipment, detention programs, personal computer, animal control. And the reason is, again, they have used every one of these, and this was about $10,000, $12,000, not a lot of money, but they've never used the money. In 3 budget cycles, they've spent 0 actual dollars. Over 3 years, it's about $36,000. We've spent 0 actual dollars, yet every year we continue to budget it. It makes no sense to me to budget that money. I have also asked that we cut $23,700 for ACCELA, which didn't have a number on it, but it's on page 224. That's the minute track. That allows someone to go online and they can click on item number 4, and all of a sudden it'll fast forward to agenda item number 4. $23,700 to save someone the expense of hitting fast forward on their computer to watch us talk doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And it's $23,700 every year. It's not this year, it's every year.
I can agree with that one.
I am also calling for a cut to Ebenezer Park, Clemson Cooperative Extension, the Association of Counties, which you clearly see there. Again, these are items that we are not required to fund, that I'm asking that we take a hard look at. Prison inmate meals, we're budgeting about $168,000. Average spending over 3 years is closer to $129,000. I didn't see it on this list, Beth. It might be there, but I couldn't find it. And maybe it is.
Well, it is based on the average inmate population as the last year.
Of the past
Of
year?
the 100 inmates, yes.
So really, it's just the best you can
Based on-
do, just.
And what I had said, it was, I wanted us to use a 5-year average. Let's kind of use, instead, using a 5-year average there, I'd ask for another 5-year average on animal control, where we're budgeting $92,000, but we're spending much closer to $80,000. And to a lot of people, it's $10,000, $12,000 here and there. Well, I just added up $10,000, $12,000 here and there and came up with $1.9 million in cuts. We're being asked to raise taxes $2.5 million. Before you raise taxes $2.5 million, I think you ought to take a hard look and say, are we really spending the money? Are we using the money we're budgeting? Have we made all the correct cuts? I'm also asking that we cut 88.5 out of CVV personnel operations. That's that brand process. That's the branding. You all saw that. It's in the budget book. And I saw that this was already in there, but the cut to the Lake Wiley VC looked like that had already been included, that $49,000. I think I don't want to sit here and just go through these line by line unless y'all want me to. I don't think y'all do. But I wanted to get, part of our job is to go through this budget and give feedback. It's a weird process. You start on the first meeting, you have very little information, you're handed a book, and they throw it at you, and the information just is poured at you. If you ask questions at the first meeting, it's amazing because you just were handed a 3-inch binder and it's hard to digest it. The second meeting, you're typically having department heads presenting to you. Again, you're still trying to get through all this information. Third meeting, same thing. That is why at second reading, I said this was coming. I didn't try to hide it. I said,
No, it's
I'll be
enough.
doing this. And do I respect the process? I do respect the process. But I think the process, if I have no other role, it is to watch how money is spent here. Anyone, and I mean anyone off the street can walk in here and award bids to the lowest bidder. That is the tedious part of this job, and we're going to do 6 or 7 of those for the Tonight Saver. The hard part is to try to make sure, so I can justify it to myself and everybody in my district and everyone in York County, that we're spending every dollar the best way we can, and we're not raising your taxes just because it's easy to do it today. And sometimes it's easy to raise. I read in here, we're trying to avoid doing the max tax increase down the road. And I'm for that. I'm for avoiding the max tax increase. So it's easy to take $1 million here and $1 million there and another $1 million and another $1 million. And eventually you end up with not a whole lot. These are going to be my cuts. I can make them in a form. Some of these I think actually can pass. Some of these I do not expect grand support on.
I can support.
So I will let you tell me how you want me to roll through it in amendments, but I'd like to try to group some together and pass them.
Not yet. Let's have some discussion.
Go ahead and talk away.
So Beth and Bill, before I get to council members, do you want to add anything to what he said, especially the point about the argument that he just brought up, that, well, you want to avoid the max, which is always a driving force for me, planning ahead, so you don't just, kill people with all of a sudden a big tax increase because you got to make up for past lack of preparing for the future. So in any way, the cuts he mentions, do you see that as undercutting that at all? Planning for the future?
can I just make one
Yes, ma'am.
comment?
You're the expert, so.
For the minute track, we did take out $9,600 in those amendments, because that's the portion that's for the part that
fast forward
Mr.
portion.
Johnson mentioned. The
Okay.
rest of that is for the agenda item, the
mean-
agenda package.
For the televising or whatever?
So we did the, in the possible.
So you
changes,
did
we
take that out?
9,600.
9,600.
And looking through this list, I think that we did recommend some of these changes that you've got in here, not the ones for outside agencies.
Sure.
But for some of these other ones that you have in here.
So the,
We did a number of things. We went back and looked at the ones that had zero spending last year, zero spending to date this year. And then we also went back and we did look at some 5-year averages. There were some that we left in there that had explanations about how they were going to spend the money. For some new department heads, we didn't make many changes to their budgets because we felt like it would be fair to them to get a full year through to see what they actually want to spend money on, or think that it's necessary for them to spend money on to be most efficient for their department. So we did not recommend any changes for those. But some of these, but not any of the agencies, but some of these we did actually, are actually included in that detail list. And that detail list has got this many tabs on there, and something was on one tab one way, and then we ended up looking at a 5-year history and moved it over to another tab. So those totals, we totaled about $500,000, decreased it. And the reason that we did not recommend the decrease in millage is because we still are using, I mean, you'll see a bigger fund balance number, but some of it's just for items that we'll be appropriating for next year. But we're still using money for operating capital. And while that is a legitimate use, it's a better use of fund balance than operating expenditures. What we're looking at going down the road is, in our projections, we do not, we've always left staffing at level. We don't ever project how many new positions you're going to add each year. So by leaving the millage level for this, we feel like that will put us in a better position going forward into future years, where we may not have to where we may not have to recommend to y'all that you levy the highest increase, because the way the tax increase, the millage limitations are designed now, you know, you're told you can go 4.1% increase. Well, that 4% increase is off your base amount. So if your base amount is a $500,000 less, then that's going to be less than you need that year. And you may have to go back and grab the millage that you didn't take in prior years, which is what we've had to do before, and we're just trying to avoid that. It's the best way I can describe it is it's a compounding problem when you don't use that.
Take it now.
Well, obviously, the point Mr. Johnson made that every council member agrees up here, especially the two new ones, is that you get hit, and we talked about this at lunch, you get hit with a big 3-inch binder, which is, no one can accuse you of not being 100% transparent, because we get every line item. And I mean that, and you even talked at lunch about now giving quarterly reports to even be more thorough. So, I mean, obviously, we're very, and I'm sure Bill feels this way every day, very fortunate to have you, because our fear is, will she at least stay another 10 years or so? But we can hope. But
9.5.
Right, but, and this is an unfair question, getting back to the question I was going to ask, because per what we go through now, and it was not planned this way, it's just the time constraints. We all have businesses, we all try to have a little bit of a life, so just the way the timing worked, this is the quickest he could get it to you right at the meeting. So is it even possible for you to look at this list that he just handed out and note, and if it's unfair, that's fine, I end it there. But I mean, it's not possible for you just to kind of go through this right now. So, oh, we got that one, we already got this one, we got that one.
Well, I would say none of the items from 23,907 down to 49,000 were included in any of this. None of those items are in this.
Can you say that again?
None of the items starting at 23,907 for the Association of Counties through the 49,000, well, I'm sorry, we do have the the 49, we do have the decrease in there for the Lake Wiley
Oh, I got you.
Chamber. Down
Oh.
to the, down through the 88.5. None of those do we have, are we showing as possible changes?
Those are still in the budget.
They're not in the list of changes, yeah.
She's answering different.
Those, some of those smaller ones are, I think, I'm pretty sure some of those are. We did not recommend the decrease in planning advertising. They have a billboard campaign that they desperately need to do. It's just they have not had to do it with the change in staff. The 23.7 we've got in there is $9,600.
Right.
That's the new total?
Well, she took out the,
That's $9,600.
took 9,600 for that replay that we all agree should be taken out?
Yep.
We did not make any changes to the inmate meals because it was based on the average population. I
And as
think
long as
that,
we're using an average, I don't have a problem with
Yeah.
cutting it. I'm looking at these numbers and we don't ever seem to spend what we budget.
Right.
And that money just disappears into the general fund balance, which,
and we did go back and look at the 5-year averages for many of these line items. So,
So you feel comfortable with the
We did reduce
projections?
medical supplies for animal control. We did reduce consulting and tech fees for animal control. Those I'm certain of. And so engineering, admin expense, I think we did reduce that one. I think that was money for road closures maybe. I think we did take that out. So many of these smaller ones we did make, they are included on your list. I'm not saying they're the full amount that you've got here, but they are on the list.
And the critical needs funding's not part of this, right? That just got shipped to a different department?
No,
But
critical
here's-
needs is still
consulting
intact,
tech fees, we did reduce-
according to his
reduce
list.
that by 10,000.
Right. Oh, okay, you didn't.
Additionally, we did reduce workers' comp by about 50,000.
about 50,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we've got most of these from the 49, from the 2,500 down. We changed the 23.7 to 9,600. And we did not change the inmate meals. We definitely did reduce the animal control consulting and tech by 10,000. And we reduced their medical supplies by, if I can find that one, 7,550, yeah, thank you. So we reduced that one a little bit more.
Okay, so let me get to council members' discussion, but one more clarification. I'm not wanting to put words in your mouth. What we originally talked about the 5% set-aside versus 2.5% merit, he just says do the merit and then we'll deal with it next year after the study comes out in August or September. Do you have a recommendation? Do you strongly recommend we keep the other 2.5?
Come on, you let Lisa say something.
Okay, sure.
Please.
Absolutely. Hey, Lisa.
The agreement that we made with the consultant when they started comparing all of our salaries and positions was that they would use the salaries that existed at that time, and that's what they're working with. If we change them in the middle, it's gonna change their whole setup. What we did a number of years ago when we implemented a study is we issued a cost of living adjustment first, and then tacked on what else we needed to bring up people to minimums that they needed to be. That way, everybody got something, and then we decided how much extra we needed to do.
So to be
So that might be an option you might want to consider.
So to be simplistic, are you saying that the study might be discombobulated with this?
Pretty much, yes. If we did some kind of raise in between.
Thank you, ma'am.
So we're just gonna hold on.
Mr. Williams?
Yes, sir, and I apologize for trying to hijack the process. I thought we were going to do one at a time. Now that I see that he summarized it and we're going to do that, I appreciate that and sorry for being out of order. I'll start at the top and go down. The Association of Counties is those dues, although not required, are kind of similar to our dues we pay to Charlotte Regional Partnership and I-77 Alliance, and that we are we get to take advantage of the membership in that organization, although we probably don't take we probably don't have use as many services as we used to, but they still come in handy. The Clemson extension, all well, you take Ebenezer Park is not one of the quasi-governmental organizations, so you take that one out. I get, anytime we try to do anything with it, I get more calls about it than anything. I do think that there has been a recent effort to make some improvements. I would hope that we would continue to do that. The quasi-government, if you take Clemson Extension and go down to the Lake Wiley Board of Marine Commissions, I agree that we don't need to be doing charitable contributions. And actually, when I first came on council, that was one of the first things the first thing I was asked was a charity said they wanted some money to support them. So not knowing any better, I asked what the process was, and they said, well, we're in the middle of a recession, so we're not taking any more, we're not funding anymore. But if you're funding now, we're going to keep funding you. And I said, well, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
But then it became a phase-out.
Well, then it became a phase-out of the ones that they deemed true charitable contributions. The ones that are left are the ones that they deemed as quasi-governmental agencies doing stuff that we would have to do otherwise. I remember in particular Kevin Brackett coming up and speaking highly about Safe Passage and what kind of troubles it would be if that organization went out. Keystone, we get those reports and we see what they're doing. The Council on Aging had offered some services, but their biggest reason was the return of the dollar. But for the most part, they were and those white papers, I think they were sent out an email earlier, talk about how and why they are doing things that we would otherwise have to do. The minute track, I was equally surprised at that when it was brought up and mentioned it earlier. The set aside for the salary study, that to me is very important that we fund that. That was in our strategic plan. That's our answer to years of not being able to give raises, and then and as well as a combination of we were on a target of giving merit raises, and then we started just doing cost of living raises. This would be a combination of both. It is set to we'll get the results this fall and hopefully implement it as soon as possible.
Mm-hmm.
When our raises were based on merit, the raises became effective in October in order to assess performance and then have the merit raises based on the complete fiscal year. So the merit raises actually came in effect in October, and so this is kind of in line with that. I really think it's important that we fund that. If we do the salary study and don't fund it, we're going to have some serious employee morale problems. And I just want to reiterate again that we don't have operational problems. We've been doing good with operational. Where we've been getting behind, and it's no secret, is in capital projects. And we could just as easily decrease the millage by decreasing the capital transfer and save the same and not have a millage increase. But just like it's not responsible to keep ignoring our capital needs, I think I think we need to be responsible in making sure that we keep our operational needs up to par. Because I didn't have any in this public hearing, hadn't had any in previous public hearings of the public coming and saying you're offering too many services. We want to quit paying for this because our taxes are too high. You would expect that if that was the case, but we hadn't had any of those. I'm like everybody else. I don't want to pay any taxes any higher than I have to, but I want to make sure that if we're going to raise them, that we look at it just like Mr. Johnson is. I just don't want it to get lost that a big part of the millage increase is addressing capital expenses and not operational expenses.
Mr. Williams, if I could just get one clarification point on the salary thing. You're saying it would probably hurt morale more to not do the set aside?
To not fund the 5% salary increase set aside. Yeah, that was, we put that in our strategic plan in December, although we haven't gotten it back yet, but that's,
so you feel like,
it was an answer to we have a lot of folks leaving because the salary scales have gotten out of whack because of what we've been able to fund and not fund over the last couple of years. This will fix that.
so you feel like that would override the immediate injection of a 2.5?
If we're going to wait till October to implement raises, I mean, we could do both. The danger would be if we go ahead and do a cost of living across the board, which I think we're gonna find out that most jobs need that. There's gonna be some that aren't, and if, in those, we will have given them raises that the salary study would not have proven. The biggest thing that scares me is not funding the salary study. It's giving them a cost of living now, and then in October saying, okay, here's the salary study, it's gonna cost this much more money, and we say, we just gave them a raise, they don't need one, and I think that would kill morale. Merit, I believe in merit, we need to get back to merit increases, and those came in October anyway. Last time we did it in July, that was because it was across the board and there wasn't a bunch of figuring out. So I think the salary study in October is gonna come close enough together. I agree with the sheriff, and we spoke this morning, but I guess that's what I want to make sure we send the message clearly that we hear, hang in there with us, employees, a little bit longer, we're coming. I mean, okay. I think we're better set by keeping that in there.
And just for clarification too, on the merit, which I'm a strong believer in, don't just automatically do it based on merit, but the previous administration found a habit of department heads, it was an automatic.
Well, we had just
increase.
about had that fixed, and then.
Right, so that was an issue in the past, but that should be, right. Mr. Henderson.
Yes, I'd like to see us hold on for the funding for later if that's the only, you have to go with one or the other. I think the salary study, or, I just don't want to mess that up if we have to make a choice between the two. But I personally think that we can combine some way or another. And the reason I think that is because we, as everyone out there knows, and this council knows, for the last 3 or 4 or 5 months, there seems to be a major war on police, a war on folks that protect us and serve us. I want someone to respond when I call 911. I want someone to respond when somebody's breaking into my house and before I get mad enough to shoot them. I want somebody to have the morale and the incentive to be able to come and help when needed instead of going into an unofficial strike. So therefore, I feel like that not only the employees, all of our regular employees, but right now the people that keeps us safe, that's involved in law enforcement at every level, I think they deserve some appreciation as in yesterday, as soon as possible. So I feel like, and you're talking about some taboos, some sacred cows and so forth, talking about getting our priorities in order possibly, I think we ought to consider the possibility, because it was controversial when it was placed there. It was controversial, and it ended up requiring a lot more money that made my councilman from District 2 very upset when it came about. Why not consider the selling of the museum in downtown Rock Hill and actually provide some of this money for the folks that really need it and the folks that really deserve it? The private sector, they just they just got to $8 million or better. By all means, they can do quite a few things over the next several years. So why not back up? Talking about basic essentials of government, why not consider? Because even if it takes a report to see as far as how it compares to some of the other facilities, I think we really need to get our priorities in order. And why not help those that deserve it the most? At this point, this is something that where our goal has been since we came here is to get more and more private money involved in the museum system, because you get a bigger bang for your buck. It is proven all over the country. And that was one of our goals. That was one of our goals from the beginning. when we came aboard here. So I think any and all should be on the table. But I also want to clarify the way some money is, revenues are coming in versus what comes into the general fund. You have an H tax and you have a regular tax from property tax and so forth. Please separate the two, because there's one that is helping to generate more revenue, more advertisement, more help, helping create more businesses, guiding people to the right places to spend money in this county. We've been told by several legislators, local and state, that this is what this is designed for when it comes to H-Tax and CVB money and Lake Wiley Visitor Center and so forth. So please, let's consider all that and all of it together. But if we really want to get our priorities in order, let's consider another elephant in the room.
And actually, I think you make a lucid point about the Children's Museum. Certainly that should probably be a discussion for the museum board to consider that, because I'm assuming you're talking about selling it to the city of Rock Hill, since it's right downtown Rock Hill, but certainly would be a reasonable topic of discussion. Mr. Winkler.
Very quickly, just a few things. I couldn't support the cutting of the quasi-governmental. I think those are things, Board of Disabilities, Council on Aging, some of those are things that, like I said, we would be spending money on some of that if we didn't have those agencies doing it. So that part I would not support cutting. The CVB and the Lake Wiley, that is H-Tax money, as Mr. Henderson said, so doesn't affect the general funds. So that's a separate process, but again, I do support not paying the excess that was requested by the Lake Wiley Chamber, because I think we set a bad precedent when we start supporting those chambers with line items instead of when they request H-Tax on a grant application like everyone else does. I think all the chambers should be held to the same. Other than that, ideally, I would love to see us give an increase to the employees now. I do believe in merit increases, not just across the board. But if that would not happen till October anyway, if we can be reasonably certain that we're gonna have this study done in time to do that, then, my main thing is, again, I wanna make sure we fund it. I would not want us to come up and go, oh yeah, we owe y'all a whole bunch of money, but we cut it out of the budget and we don't have it in there to pay it anymore. I want to make sure it's in there and we have it funded, so when the study comes back, we can take care of what the study says.
And I think Lisa made a pretty good point too, that her to kind of screw up the salary study. Mr. Roddy.
Yeah, I thought I was taking an exam, all these notes I got made up on this thing. Just to address the overall intent for some of these cuts, if the goal of cutting this is to reduce the millage increase, I think we're kind of taking 2 steps forward and 2 steps back, because the way I understand it, and I've had some conversations, that in the past, if you look back on what York County has done, we haven't captured, at certain millage points, we haven't captured those mills, which lessens the cap that we can capture down the road, which essentially handicaps us when we need to raise funds. If the goal is to shrink the total budget that we're budgeting for, but not to reduce the millage, that's one thing. But we have to consider capturing certain millage points to continue to go forward, because we're building down the road. We didn't get these reserves. We didn't get a set aside in our reserves by just budgeting just enough to pay the bills for today. We have to make sure we have that buffer in there so that we do have some capital funds on hand when we do want to do some of these projects down the road. And I think if the goal was to reduce the millage that we're about to ask for, that's one thing, but then it also hurts us 2 or 3 years down the road because it limits that cap that we're able to capture when we want to raise those funds. But certainly there are some things on here that can be reduced or eliminated when you're looking at departments not spending certain line items, and they haven't spent them for several years. There's no problem with cutting those out or reducing them. I'm all on board for that, but certainly when you talk about, I mean, Chad mentioned some of these association of counties, and looking at what, I wouldn't dare sit up here and say it's a given that we should cut out what funding Keystone, because that's a vital part that service a community and a situation that we wish there wasn't a need for Keystone in this area, but they do such a wonderful job of trying to eliminate situations that people are in that leads to going to jail, to where we have to pay for detention officers, that we have to pay for meals, that we have to pay for deputies on the street, that we have to expand our courtroom in Moss Justice Center. So I like the ounce of prevention up front, if we can help get people to transition out of situations that ultimately cost us more when they get into the court system, because that court system is a revolving door on the individuals, it's a revolving door on the tax dollar. So I'd like certain things with Keystone, they're worth us doing, and they're the charter agency for this area that I think we about have to support them to a certain extent, but any additional funds that they do ask for, we have to evaluate it on a return of investment. I think they do a good job of painting the picture, their need for this area. Certainly, safe passages is one of those, and that term quasi-governmental, all that good stuff, I'm certainly on board with that. But we can't just get down to doing the bare minimum, because when you do the bare minimum, you have counties that look like, I hate to name some of them, that's in our area that don't attract new residents. They don't attract new businesses, because if you just run county government just on the bare bones, who wants to move and be a part of a community that just does the minimum? I think, I've said it before, we've set ourselves so far apart from other surrounding counties, Lancaster County, Chester County, some of the counties that don't offer what we offer here. And I think that's what makes us special. A gentleman pointed out about 2 weeks ago, the pictures on the board as to why people are moving here that want to be a part of. That's why you see that housing boom in the Lake Wiley, Clover area, the Fort Mill area, Rock Hill. It's not just the pictures. It's the people in the level of service that we provide to go along with those pictures. If we turn our back on every situation just because we don't have to fund certain elements, those pictures will only be pictures. But we, as a government body, put forth the effort to make sure we try to address every sector, every section that makes those pictures special. I mean, the pictures are what they are, but what we do that surround these pictures that help bring businesses here, that help take care of families when they move here, whether they fall on hard times. So I think some of those things, I'll be a little less hesitant to cut, because I know they play such a vital role in why we take such pride in living here in York County. Certainly there's always room to cut, but if we're shooting ourselves in the foot if we're not capturing that certain millage, because like I said, it limits what we're able to go back and recapture down the road. And we all know we have some significant projects that we have to get on the ground, and we just didn't get $40 million in reserves by just budgeting just enough just to pay the bills. Because when the sheriff wants to add some more deputies, because like I said before, York County, we're growing. People are moving here regardless of whether we do it right or we get it wrong. People are moving here. We're busting at the seams. This is a hotbed, and that's why we see so many rezonings in Clover, so many rezonings in the TK, Lake Wiley area. People are moving here, and we have to make sure that we're putting ourselves in position down the road to where when we need to ratchet up more deputies on the road, if we need more fire substations, we got to have that money on hand, and no one wants to wait until we have to try to max out on the millage to pay for it. So incrementally, I support going up incrementally so that 5 years from now, 3 years from now, we're not saying, boy, we got to max out the next 3 years to play catch-up. We see what playing catch-up does when We talk about our roads and infrastructure. We are way behind. If we don't capture certain millages now, we're falling way behind for down the road. You know, I don't think anyone got on council to say, I'm here to take care of this year, next year. I'm sure everyone up here has that certain vision for their area, for this county, whether it's 10, 15, 20 years down the road. We're not just budgeting for today. We have to think long-term, because if you're not thinking 10, 15 years down the road, you're planning backwards, because everything is so far out already. We have to be ahead of the curve right now. And if it takes doing 2, 2.5, 3 meals this go round, even though the numbers may not warrant that, we have to start preparing. And I think it's a good message to send, whether it's to our employees or our citizens. We're budgeting for down the road. Don't hold us to the fire for this year. You'll be thanking us down the road when we're not having to go up 5, 6 meals, because we're gonna have to bond this. We have a bond referendum coming up. And just because it's a bond referendum doesn't mean that you don't have to pay the taxes on it. If you vote for it, you're agreeing, we're gonna have to pay the taxes on it. That's a different part of money than what we're talking about with the general funds, but we have to make sure that we're setting aside. You know, the vacation for the county citizens are gonna come years down the road, so just think of it as we're setting this money aside for the vacation when you're needing that relief point for that infrastructure. We needing to build these buildings, and we're not gonna come to you 5 years down the road and say, we gotta have it now, we gotta go up now. I like to think we're able to put a little bit back each time around so we can have it on hand when the time comes, because the time is coming. It's come and gone on some projects. That's why we're having to go bond it to raise the money real quick to do it. But it's coming, and I want to make sure that I can look each and every one of you guys in the eye and say, we were prepared for this. Because right now, with certain situations we're dealing with, we're having to look you in the eye and say, we weren't prepared for this. Councils before us, and some of it may be on our end, we weren't prepared for some of the things that we're dealing with financially. And that's just where I'm at. But certainly I want to make sure I touch on having that set aside for our employees, doing that if it's the cost of living now plus the set aside. We hear all too often, and we see it in emails, this person left because they saw a better opportunity for finances. The sheriff communicates with us. We've lost so many deputies. We've become a training ground for deputies coming on board, getting trained up, getting their certification, and going and make a little bit more money. So I think the set aside sends a good message. Give a cost of living raise to the employees, and have that set aside, and they'll know if the study comes back that they need to bump up in pay, we'll have the money set aside for them versus telling them we weren't ready for it. So that's where I think those are real key sticking points in my decision to support the set aside with the raise.
Ms. Cox.
I guess I'm a little confused where we are. Is this a motion? We've gone a long way.
No, we
without a
haven't.
motion.
We're just talking
So
discussion.
is this the time then where if we have other proposed changes that should generally discuss them, that I should raise them, or are we only sticking to this? Because we've gotten far afield on a discussion without a motion.
No.
Although I would second your motion if that gets us there.
Yeah,
We got a
for
motion.
discussion.
We have a motion.
We have a motion, you just
We have
didn't
a
make an
motion,
amended.
but then
We have a
he's-
motion to approve, but I'm talking about a motion.
But he wants to amend it, but I thought it would be better for him to have time to think it through and hear all the discussion from staff and council before he makes any amendment.
So just so that I'm clear.
So you
moving
can
forward,
bring
We're
forth
talking
any-
about his stuff right now, though.
Budget in general, the motions on
So
the
if I
budget.
if I have something to propose, let me do it now. Okay.
Yeah.
Here's where I look at things, and I am a newbie to this, so you know what? I probably will learn, and I have learned a ton already thus far, so I may come back and listen to this next year when we do this and realize I've said some stupid things, but this is where I'm starting with. We had 16,000 increase in population in the unincorporated section, and we are looking at 21 employees that we're adding. I don't know how to justify that to the people that I'm talking to. 21 people with the 16,000 increase in unincorporated, that troubles me. Bump brought up a great point about roads and infrastructure. None of the money that we've put into this budget and that we're increasing it for goes to roads and infrastructure. That's problematic for me. The question of the salary, I think that you have to reward and you have to pay your folks what they deserve and what the market will pull. We aren't doing that. We need to do it. The problem I have is the process. We got a salary study and we're setting aside money to deal with it, but that's forecasting to the salary study folks what money we have to deal with. It should be that we have the salary study in hand before we make this decision so that we know that we're making the right decision. That process is putting us at a disadvantage in terms of making that decision. At this point, I guess I would, because of where we are and because we have to deal with where we're at, I would be in favor of holding some of that aside, but it needs to be based upon merit. That's where I'm coming from, merit and bonus structure instead of just passing it out. It needs to mean more because there are folks that truly do deserve it. And I have been extremely impressed with the folks at the county level. Every time I ask a question, very professional, very helpful, and I appreciate the county staff for doing that. Was there something you needed to comment on?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that we did not feel like we could recommend any more than 5% this year, but we've always tried to communicate that we may need to put more in next year's budget. We thought it might be a 2-year process. So we're not telling the consultants anything about what we have available.
Actually, we
But this public process makes it
Well, no, but they're
open.
they're not basing it on available funding. They're basing it on how the results actually come out.
And I appreciate it, and that makes me feel more comfortable, especially coming from you, Beth. I guess still the question in my mind is, why couldn't we get this before we had the budget process? And that's water under the bridge. We don't have it. To me, that's what we should do because it's kind of backdooring into some things that we're doing already, which bothers me.
Can I interrupt you on that one point for a second?
Of course, you're the chairman.
Lisa, do you have any input on that as far as employees in general and feedback since you're the HR person in terms of the study and the reserve 5% versus immediate fix?
As I said,
If you can come forward to the, yeah, so you're on the record.
if we do anything in between, it's going to confuse the recommendation that they bring back to us.
So you're really pretty clear that it's
Really
gonna
should
screw
wait
it
to
up if,
implement something. Now, when they come back with their recommendations, they're also supposed to come up with some options on strategies of how to best implement. And that will be cost involved as far as choices that you guys will make. When we get the recommendations back, we'll bring them to you. And then you decide how you want to implement, how much money you want to spend on an adjustment based on cost of living, and then how much more you think we need to go just to bring people to the minimums. And then they'll probably even give us an option based on seniority and positions, so that we could bring people farther on up in the ranges and adjust our salary ranges. All of that's gonna come up when they do the study and present it, when we present it to you, when they give it to us. And then as far as implementation and how that money's handed out, that'll be entirely up to you guys.
It's not gonna be a 1 year. I mean, we've already talked to them and we're looking 2 to 3 years to put everything together.
can you address the timetable? I mean, obviously, Ms. Cox makes a legitimate point, but I realize the restraints that staff are under. Can you explain the timetable difference in terms of we're having to have the reserve in the budget versus having the info now on a study? In other words, the study's taking so long because past the budget decision.
I don't think we need to put you on the spot. I think it's abundantly clear what you guys have recommended and proposed, and the questions that I have been raised previously, even in the strategic meeting where I said, are we doing this salary study? Are we doing an audit? Are we looking at what positions maybe we need to consolidate or move around? We didn't do that. We're only looking at salary comparisons. So, that was decided and done before I had input. I think it was already in movement. So these are reasons why I'm having trouble with what the budgeting issue, and it will come up when my vote comes up. But I didn't mean to interrupt you. If there's something else you want to add to.
I don't think the 5% in there is going to affect the study any way, shape, or form. The idea of the study was to identify the positions, show exactly what those positions are doing, and then grade them based on that information, and then do a comparison with not just local cities, not just around here, but, like organizations. And it's difficult because just because two organizations have the same title, don't mean they're actually doing the same thing. And so, which is why we've got these folks in. So I don't think that 5% is going to tell them automatically, oh, we've got to give them a 5% pay raise. That's, they've been given marching orders on what we want and what we'd like to see. And honestly, if they come back and just gave us, everyone gets 5%, we probably have an argument because that's not what they were asked to do. And these guys are good at what they do, and they don't get paid by giving us what we want. They get paid by doing a good job.
And I think the timetable clarification, I think in my 4.5 years, I've realized, and everybody realizes, we were way past due a salary study. And I mean, you can only have so many on the platter that you deal with one at a time, but I think you got to it as quickly as you could, and then it just takes the time it takes. You didn't want to say, well, let's delay it until the next budget to start it. Let's get on it now, but it just takes more time past when we're deciding right now, so that was the best way to address it.
And I believe there was a study done in the past that basically was not implemented. And so that in itself was something that shows that we're behind from whenever that original study was done, because, it was done, and I get briefed that it was filed.
And I will let with Ms. Cox get back to her points, and I'll get back to you, Bunk.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Well, and actually, the study in 2005 was implemented, but it was implemented based on giving a cost of living adjustment and then bringing people up to the minimums that they needed to be and adjusting the salary ranges. But the next step in that process was to give some employees increases based on seniority and bring them on up into their salary ranges. That piece of the study was never implemented, and I think employees were a little bit frustrated by that. But again, how we implement the whole study will be up to you once we get it.
I guess getting to the items that Councilman Johnson raised, and I appreciate you doing this because I do think this is our role in getting things at the last minute, and it's going to happen. It does make it difficult in terms of being able to analyze the pieces. I guess I would be in favor of a significant number of the proposals. I'm not real sure that I'm clear on what exists out here and what doesn't. And in terms of, for instance, things like the Association of Counties, though, I do think that that's something, we don't have a lobbyist position. That's our only way to get county issues before the state. So, I mean, we're going to lose out on that if we don't fund that. I think I understand and agree with a number of them, and I'm just not sure how we go about doing this since there's not a formal motion. My bigger question has to come up with, and this is one issue that we've talked about, is I do think on the CAMA funding, I've spent time and I've gone and done some due diligence on that. I would like to see us remove that from the budget. That would save us, and I know that this is a topic that Chairman Blackwell is very interested in seeing move forward, and I understand the reasons for it. The problem that I'm having with it in terms of a cost-benefit analysis, you're looking at the total cost, and I see where we're trying to spread that out over 4 years, but we're looking at over $1 million in initial costs for the software and the transition, and for a project manager for 2 years for $80,000. But one other thing that I learned when I was looking at this is that we're also looking at a software increase of maybe $100,000 to $165,000 a year that will come with that as well. So when you balance that with what is the efficiency that we're going to receive, clearly we need to be brought up with the times. I understand the points about making it electronic. The information can be accessed electronically internally, but when I understand, or when I'm told that transitioning to this will result in efficiency and go from having to do a reassessment from 3 years to 6 months, but then we don't have any savings in personnel as a result of that, that causes me concern because I don't understand. That doesn't make sense. I don't know how to explain that to the constituents. So I would, when the time is appropriate, if I need to do it now, I would like, we haven't discussed that because I just brought it up. I think that that's a proper place for us to maybe make some adjustments in the budget and would like to see that removed. again, looking back at the staffing, at the proposed additional staffing, we've got 21 positions that are 21.85 new positions that we're looking at, and that's to the tune of 1.14 million, which comprises a lot of the total amount of the additional, of the increase that's being recommended. Some of those I would have liked to see us have fees and revenue sources for those. For example, the environmental compliance coordinator, the planning and inspection for commercial and industrial inspector, the maintenance technician in the water sewer. Those things seem to me that we should have a revenue source that addresses the increase in the need to have that position, that we should have a revenue to balance that out, increasing a fee or something like that. So for those positions, I've said my point there. I would like to see that done. Also, one question, and I asked, and I hate to put you on the spot, Beth, but with the current debt that we have, we have $2.1 million that we spend on the license of the radios, and that's going to be coming up and will be ending in 2017. Is that something that we expect to have to issue something after that, or will we own it and have a period of time where we can celebrate that we don't have this expense going forward? Do you know what?
It's ours at the end of that period.
So we'll, that's at least 2.1 million right now that will end in 2017. That perhaps we could look at, instead of piling all of this on as a tax increase to the voters, that we could use some of the reserves to deal with that until we get to that point and compensate for that system. Those are some suggestions, some things that I noted in looking at it. And
So what I'm gonna do before I get back to Mr. Johnson with his motion, or amendment, would be, Mr. Roddy, make your point, and then I'll get over to Mr. Johnson.
It was just a quick comment. We were talking about, when Lisa was up talking about the salary study and all. I think we've kind of gotten ourselves in this position because there were several years there weren't any raises given. And when you compound in raises, that tends to keep the salary kind of in line. So when you have a salary study come out in 04, 05, and they implement part of it, but don't go back and finish it, and then on top of that, you put several years with not giving employee raises, I think that's kind of caused some of the lag behind that we're seeing employees step up and saying, our wages haven't grown over the last 7, 8, 9 years, and then we see evidence of it by the salary study that wasn't completely implemented, and you see years that went by that raises weren't given, whether they were cost of living or merit. So I think that's kind of gotten us to this point of really looking at, are we in line with paying our employees a living wage or a fair wage for the duties that they're serving us? And just one more quick comment that come up when Christy mentioned about the CAMA. We had an extensive conversation about that a couple of years ago, and we held off. We were on the verge of doing this CAMA, but Teresa was telling us how long it takes to implement it, get people trained up to use it, and we were so close to the reassessment. That's why we didn't pull a trigger on it just a couple of years ago, because everything wouldn't have been implemented. And if we wait till 2017 to do it, we have another reassessment coming up. It won't be it won't be situated, and we won't be trained up in order to use it for the next reassessment. So I think that that kind of lends itself to, we're at the pivotal point now that if we're going to have this in place for the next reassessment, we have to go ahead and get it now, because it's going to be a lag behind before everyone gets up to speed to use it. And I kind of was baffled when she told me that all of our information are on pretty much index cards. You're going over to access properties and values and structures and diagrams, and you have to go to pretty much a Rolodex and pull out a card that shows you the floor plan, the outline of a house. That's kind of Stone Age to me. We need to be digital. It may not reduce the number of manning that we have in that department, but it certainly brings it up to a more efficient way to doing things, and it's more, it's more modern.
Efficient if you don't save anything.
Well, when someone can go online and it's efficient when it comes time to do the reassessment. It won't take as long, and it's certainly, I mean, the goal shouldn't always be just to save the dollar, but it would be, we gotta have this camera, pretty much. We missed the boat on it because we jumped into the deal so late last time, we wouldn't have it in place. But if we don't do it pretty much now, we'll wait another 3 years, 4 years before we have to get it for the one down the road, so.
And I'll jump over to Mr. Johnson, but I will say about the camera, my motivation for that had nothing to do with me being a council person. My motivation for that was being a taxpayer, dealing with the tax assessor's office, and the greatest staff in the world as far as polite and nice and helpful, but when they can't even answer your questions and find the card, I realized at that point, we got issues. And if it's gonna make it more time-saving for the tax-paying citizen, so they can move on to their other business and not spend hours and days just to get an answer, that's where I see the real efficiency of service. But that being said, Mr. Johnson.
I'm gonna make a comment, and then I'll make some motions. As I've listened to everybody talk, I've tried to strike some things off just to help this process along. We're still gonna have a couple of them here. Do want you to be prepared. I do want to say this. I've heard a lot said at the table about let's move taxes up incrementally. Let's move them up just a little bit, and a little bit, and a little bit, and a little bit. Because in 5 years, we're going to need $100. So let's get you $20 this year, $20 this year, $20 this year. And eventually, we'll get to $100. That's kind of like saying, well, I'm going to raise your taxes today so I don't have to raise them as much later. That says to me that I don't know how to spend my money. That I shouldn't get to have my money for that 5 years. I should give it to the government because the government knows better than I. And that's just a fundamental disagreement I will have. I appreciate the argument, I always do, but I fundamentally just disagree with that thinking. That's like putting a frog in cold water and slowly turning up the temperature on him. He didn't know it was too late till it was. I'm gonna make my first motion, which is I make a motion that we amend the budget to cut the Association of Counties funding by $23,907. I make a motion, if I don't hear a second, I'm gonna continue on.
Okay.
I'm gonna make a motion to cut Clemson Cooperative Extension by $34,076.
Well, here again, now, so everybody understands what's going on, do we have a second on that first amendment?
No.
No, okay.
Why, Ken?
Okay, so now you can move on.
Cut Clemson Cooperative Extension, $34,076.
I'll second that.
Okay, we got a second on that. Discussion. Yes, sir, Mr. Williams.
Again, that's one of the quasi-governmental agencies. Believe it or not, there's still a good portion of this county that's rural, and a lot of folks depend on what they do, what Clemson Cooperative Extension does, and also they also recognize a lot of us as transition to urban, and they offer many urban services as well. It's 4-H, that kind of stuff.
Call the
The
question.
man on the western half of the county, no comment?
I'm just gonna make my comment with my vote. We'll be here till after midnight. We can comment on every one of these.
Question on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
So that's no. Say no.
No.
No. 5-2. Defeated. Next
Make a
amendment.
motion to cut Ebenezer Park by $203,402 and require them to raise fees in order to cover their own operating expenses.
I'll second that.
Discussion.
I got a question.
Yes,
So we just-
Mr. Roddy.
Are we just doing away with Ebenezer Park totally? We're gonna shut it down and let the weeds grow up? Because they're not gonna be able to, this won't be
They're not
self-serving.
gonna be able to pass that on.
They will not be able to pass that on, so-
Y'all, you remember what we went through with the,
I'm gonna try to raise the fees a
yeah,
little bit.
yeah.
So, all right, I'm good.
So, any other discussion? And based on that point, I mean, when we tried to raise the fees, I mean, you think we have people out here now? Woo, did we get a message?
I just think that there's a way, I mean, that's a huge asset for us. There are ways to go in there and use the water. I mean, folks are constantly wanting to, if there's the investment, and I think the point that Councilman Johnson made is, let's get it to where it's self-sustaining. That's where we want to get. That's the reason why I'm seconding the motion.
Okay, so no further discussion. Question on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no?
No.
Next item.
Make a motion, I'm going to lump all of these together. I'm gonna lump Keystone, Safe Passage, Soil and Water Conservation, York County Council on Aging, York County Board of Disability and Special Needs, and Lake Wiley Marine Commission together as a motion to cut their funding by the amount stated.
Got a second?
And I'm gonna move on.
Okay.
I make a motion to cut CVB. It was their personnel operations. What it was $88,500. It was a brand process. They were hiring an outside consultant to come in and help them with their branding at $88,500.
Do we have a second?
A second.
And when we got discussion? Yes, sir, Mr. Roddy.
Question for Beth. This 88.5, if I remember correctly, when the ladies presented to us, it didn't all come out of our funding. Wasn't there some kind of deal with money coming from Rock Hill and some other sources? And I remember you saying, y'all put it in one list, just moved everything over to make it simple. But if I remember correctly, did the entire 88.5 come out of what we were giving them? Was that direct funding from us?
I'll have to look that up.
Because I don't think it was. I think there was some special arrangement of what went into this 88.5 from different sources.
It's on page 3 of the handout that they gave us as a line item budget.
Lisa was
She answered something by email, I remember.
Yeah.
Now I know what Bum's talking about.
I'm sorry.
I've got it, but it doesn't say where the funding came from at all.
Can you do the next one while I look this up?
Okay, yes, ma'am. Any further discussion? And I'm not gonna call the question until Beth gets
The
in.
only discussion I have is I want to make it clear that in this instance, we're talking about hospitality tax and not general funds.
And this is hospitality tax dollars. And certainly, I just think there's
Better
better use, and we're voting on the budget, and part of the hospitality tax comes to this budget. I think there's a better use for hospitality tax dollars than social media management.
Got it. Beth, you're out of luck.
I'm
That's
sorry.
the last question.
Didn't have that one pulled up.
That's kind of pertinent for me too, because of,
All the other ones I take care of. I'm gonna go straight to the 2.5%.
That's what I figured.
We're done.
if you feel like it's gonna be too time consuming,
Can you hold that one and move on to the next one? I've got it in here, it's just I've got to find it.
I'll give you
Just
another
withdraw
minute.
the motion in a second, and then bring it back up.
Back to it.
Well, we'll give her one more minute and then we might have to do that.
All right, I got you. Your email was on June the 4th.
Oh, thank you.
Funded by sources, what
I know I can't find where I filed it.
You got it?
is what the Explorer, the Excel spreadsheet was called. For some reason it won't open now that I've found it. Mine won't open.
That's okay. I also can't work a laptop without a mouse and a keyboard, but that's part of my problem.
I don't know why this.
You want me to,
Well, it was,
withdraw and come back? I mean, I've only got 2 more.
okay, we'll do that. We'll
Thank you, sorry.
withdraw and, Beth, you keep
I will
looking.
withdraw and we'll circle back at some point.
Like Wiley.
My next one, well, that was already been cut.
Oh, that's
That
right.
became part of the other cut.
Right.
Minute Track was gonna be one, but
That's been
I'm
cut.
apparently that's only $9,600, so I'm not gonna, that's already built in. And then I am going to make a motion that we give York County employees a 2.5% merit increase in this budget year.
We have a second.
Then we only have one motion left.
And you got to revisit it.
I'm gonna do it. Well,
Well, go ahead and make the motion.
I'm gonna make a motion. Let me find it again.
88.5 Brandy.
88.5 branding from CVB Personnel Operations.
I think I seconded that, didn't
You did.
Want to second it again?
I? Yep.
Okay.
I've got the email from Beth pulled up here too, but I don't see that.
Yeah, I don't see it
they're
either.
giving us. I can't find it.
It's not in there.
Yeah.
And if you look on there, the county pays the majority of their personnel and operating expenditures. That one was probably under marketing.
It was under
So, and
well,
their
that's
marketing
CVB is-
expenditures are broken out between funding sources.
Yeah.
But also my understanding of that is that's sort of a continuation of, I think Lisa's left, that's a continuation of what they started this year. They went around and had interviews at several different locations. They're looking to change the branding from, I think the current one is You're Welcome.
You're welcome.
And they're looking to change that. So I think there's still more dollars that didn't get spent this year that they'll need to spend next year to finish it up. But it's not in here. The funding source is by project, but I don't think it's by, I mean, it's by category, but not by project.
And your comments certainly reflect the fact that they have spent $0 in 13-14 and 14-15 on this line item. And it's $36,000 for social media management, $19,500 for search engine optimization, and $33,000 for advertising management. That is, I'm requesting that those not be funded through H-Tax. Certainly, if they want to fund that through some other source, whether that be Rock Hill or anywhere, they're happy to do so. I'm just asking that H-Tax not fund those three items.
Well, that's a good clarification, because that's pretty much kind of what they do, the things that they're funding. You just disagree with what they're funding it with.
And I
Not
think
their intent.
a little clarification on the email that Beth sent. 8855 is advertising / online and web, and they've got us contributing 16,482. Who's the next one left? Rock Hill contributing 46, and then the PRT.
46,000?
Excuse me, 47,929, and then PRT 19,700, which comes to a total of 84,150.
Total number is 88.5.
Yeah.
How much was coming from us?
16,482 on the online and web marketing part of
And
it.
I will amend my motion to 16,482.
Okay, and we got a second on the amendment. Further discussion, Mr. Henderson?
Yes, I want to reiterate the fact that regardless of what we do here, I do want to make it very clear, and I know it's going to sound strange coming from me, but I am an advocate for Rock Hill. And I want to make it clear, we mentioned.
You made me laugh for the first time.
We mentioned a few years ago, when the previous councilman was on here, it was pretty much a consensus to tell these folks that we could get down to smartphones and apps and letting it be, the social media be the answer to some of our ills and our problems. So I'm struggling with this one to just totally do an about face as to what we were trying to get them to do. I can't pull that away after, giving instruction as to what can be done and to get the biggest bang for the buck. Since we're dissecting this frog, let's just go ahead and do it.
And
Frog is a reoccurring.
Yeah, can't kill a frog.
can you one more
Resurrected.
time say you don't want to say that's the logic of why you don't want to spend that out of H-Tax funds?
Well, I don't want to spend that.
Period.
I don't want to spend it, period. I certainly don't want to spend our brand process.
they're calling, and they're calling for this money this year, they're calling for this money next year. At what point, well, it may, but they show it in their books, it's twice. I have their app on my phone. That's a good app. I look at it all the time. I don't know that I need social media, I don't know if I need to pay somebody $36,000 to get me to follow their Twitter feed and their Facebook feed. I don't need 19.5 to make Google pull up York County CVB first. I just disagree fundamentally with this money being spent out of H-tax dollars. H-tax dollars should be spent not for this. This is bottom line. That's not for this.
Any further comments? Okay.
Yeah, I was just gonna
Roddy,
make a comment. and-
question on the motion.
And piggyback off what Bruce said, you know, we had extensive talk about how to transition into people going to magazines to find out what York County was about, or in newspapers, and it was a big talk about, if you're not in the social media game, you're not in the game at all. And I think that kind of directed some of the attention to doing more with the online things. And just think how this council has transitioned from when we got on council. We used to get books every week. Now we got the iPad. It's more efficient, it's faster, and the whole thing is, when you looking for a vacation destination and you putting in Rock Hill, and there are certain tactics that people use and corporations use and amusement parks use. So when you Google Florida, the first thing pops up is Disney. They pay for that. When you Google Rock Hill, we want the first thing to pop up is CVB, so that they can get their hands on, whether it's groups, organizations, families, to dictate and move them around the county. So I understand the cost that goes along with being in the social media game, and I'm sure it's not just paying people to get you certain likes on your Twitter feed or your Facebook page. I'm not the biggest tech person, but I know I'm all over social media from the time I get up to the time I get my first break to the time I get home. I'm posting about council meetings. If you look at my post tonight, I posted about watching us online. People can do that, you know. So the social media game is a very big part of it, of the business. You know, we can criticize how certain groups spend money, but I'd much rather spend the money where you know the people are getting the information versus loading up magazines where I work in the paper industry, and that's a dying industry. People are not subscribing to magazines. They're online. So if you're not getting your information, when we did the job search for a county manager, they were all types of things going out, postings online, you know, everywhere. We just didn't put it in the Rock Hill Herald or the Living Well magazine. We had to make sure we ratchet up the search to make this thing worldwide. We got billed. And if we're not in the social media game, who knows if we wouldn't have participated at that level, what type of pool would we have gotten? Bill may not have gotten that. Bill may not have seen that job post. He may not have been contacted by that research firm. So we can't just limit ourselves and be critical of how the money is spent, because if it's effective, I'll spend it every time. And I think the social media way, or social networking, or internet, that's the way things have gone. And if we're not in that business, we're out of business for recruiting people to come here and spend that money.
Well, obviously, tourism is the heart of CVB, and being in Disney World this past weekend, everything was tying into phone apps, pulling it up on your phone app, rides, discounts, everything. So I can't support the amendment. That being said, question on the motion, all those in favor of the amendment, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no?
No.
All righty. So now we're back to the original. Right, to the original main motion. Okay, any further discussion?
I'd like to make a motion.
No, I'm sorry, I thought you were just,
No, I'd like to make a motion that we eliminate the funding for CAMA.
okay?
I'll second it for discussion.
Okay, we got a second for discussion. Discussion. Yes,
I was gonna second it as well for discussion. The bump's right, and I guess I'm concerned whether, and I agree with a lot of the points that Christie's made, concerned whether I've got enough information at third reading. The last time that we didn't do it, we didn't have the discussion in the budget process. We had it down the road when we were talking about implementing it. Does that come now, or is the next would the next process be we get a bid and we're approving whether or not to buy the software? Or at some point, we're gonna have further discussion about the camera software and what it means and where we're headed?
My understanding is that staff thought that y'all were ready to move forward on this, and we can't move forward with it to send out an RFP without the funding.
But are we gonna have a discussion before we send out an RFP, or are we just gonna send out an RFP? Because, I mean, if we leave it in the budget and have the discussion and decide not to, then there's no harm, no foul. But if we don't put it in the budget and decide we need to do, then we're making the decision tonight.
Well, that's kind of my point too, that, I mean, obviously I see the need, but per Mrs. Cox's point, we need to make sure we get the most cost-effective, cost-benefit ratio software out there. Because here again, I'm talking as a taxpayer, not a councilman, and what I went through.
And to Mr. Johnson's point, if the next time we're talking about it is when we're voting on the low bid, then we need to have that discussion now. If we're gonna talk about it, as part of the RFP, is exactly what the next steps are, then we can have that discussion then.
Correct. The next step would be if we decide to go, or if you approve to go with a project manager, we need to hire a project manager to help us develop the RFP before we put it out there for bid. And then the low bid or whoever we feel the selection committee deems the best for the job would be, we would bring that recommendation to you for your approval to award the bid. So just like what we did last time, we rejected all the bids last time because of the timing. So it's still up to you to award that bid at that point, and more conversation could be had at that point.
We didn't hire a project manager last time, did we?
No.
So the next step would be to hire a project manager, so we either need to decide we're gonna do it tonight or change that process to where we talk about it before we hire that project manager.
Correct. But we would put out an RFQ for the project manager, so we would still bring it to you to actually release that as well, or to bring someone on in that position, the temporary position.
Any further comments?
And that's that $80,000 a year position.
That's what we're thinking. That's the numbers that we've gotten back.
If we're gonna have a
2
discussion
years.
before we approve it, I don't have a problem moving forward, but if we need to decide tonight, then let's decide tonight.
Well, I think you're saying that we have further discussions to come to decide that's the direction.
That's correct.
Most cost-effective direction to go.
That's correct.
No further discussion, question on the motion. All those in favor of the amended motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? No.
I have one more.
Okay.
I commented on the staffing issues that I had seen, and so I guess what I'm going to do is to make the motion that we eliminate funding for the environmental compliance coordinator and planning development, commercial industrial inspector and planning and inspection, maintenance and technician, water and sewer.
Do we have a second?
I'm going to second because I want to follow up. I agree with what Ms. Cox is saying. I'm probably not going to vote for this, yes, for this motion, but I agree. And I would like staff to go back and see what can be done to, when I've thought about this, is somebody, Audra came in and said, it takes 5 days to go get an inspection. Well, so the answer to that is hire another employee at the expense of everybody in the county who has to share that expense. Seems to me that ought to be an expense borne more by the developer builder community, or the person who's buying or building the house or doing whatever renovation. And the best way to pass that on is through a fee. And so I would like to see us, while I'm not sure you can do it this quickly, I would like to see us address
our fee structure, and I know we are on certain things already, but address our fee structure to help cover and defer some of this cost from the taxpayer who's having to pay this right now, who's having to pay. In my district, if I said to them, I just voted $10,000 extra, $1 million extra, so somebody can come and build more houses faster. That'd scare me more than what Reagan threatened me with. Right? I mean, you know, so I certainly want, I'd like to see us figure a way to cover this in the fees.
Yeah.
Okay, so, yes, sir.
Well, I think Mr. Shanahan's getting ready to say this, but we have fees in place, and that's what they're supposed to cover, but I don't know when the last time we looked at them to see whether they're actually covering. I know we've had an increase in the number of fees since we cut most of the people in the engineering and.
Yeah,
and-
that's.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that was it. It was in 2010 when we had the reduction. We got rid of about 20 folks. A majority of them came from engineering and planning, and the workload did drop without a doubt. But the current workload is back to where it was before we dropped it, with no addition to any of the manpower.
Well, plus
Which we had to
federal and
go
state.
away.
Which-
And I agree, we are looking at fees.
Yeah, which
Plus-
means that the fee structure, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was gonna say, it means if the fee structure's right, we're in good shape. But if we hadn't looked at the fee structure in 10 years.
It needs to be
then-
looked
then we
at,
need to
yes,
look
sir,
at it.
we're
Well,
doing that.
and plus the federal and state regulations just get worse and worse and worse, and they have to get through all that, and that's the realities of our bureaucratic government.
I will make a comment on this one. I've been trying to leave my votes for most of it, but when Christie and I went for our training when we were first elected, we got a booklet that compared us to every county in the state and showed, you know, comparable populations and all of that, and we were one of the lowest in employee per resident ratio. We were woefully understaffed according to like-sized
efficient.
counties and that type of thing. We're very efficient. So, you know, the fact that we're that far understaffed, I mean, and the fact that, you know, yes, we're talking 21 jobs and ever have, you know, that comes out to one new employee for every 762 new residents we've gotten over the last few years. That's still a pretty good ratio in my opinion, so I will not be supporting the amendment.
I believe we were, and Bumper Chad can correct me, but I thought we were the lowest.
At one point, we were close.
I think we're number 2 now.
No, number two.
But again, the point I think is well taken, and I understand folks that said it here, we got to keep on top of it. You can't rest on your laurels. I mean, this is one of the areas where we really should be able to fund that through fees.
Agreed.
All three of those positions. That's over 150,000, actually a lot more than that. That's going to be 200,000, 250 by the time you consider benefits. That's not a drop in the bucket. So, I mean, that was the purpose for the motion.
Okay, so question on the motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no?
No.
No. Is that it?
Yeah, I just have one question. On the public information officer, I was under the impression that that was going to, we might get that position without having to spend the extra dollars on that. Am I wrong about that? Did we talk about?
Well,
We
maybe
talked,
morphing that into Karen.
yeah, we talked about that, writing it into our position,
Okay, I
but
forgot
we're still, yeah, we're still looking.
Evaluating.
She's been doing a lot of stuff for us, and we gotta sit down and talk a little bit more about what she's been doing and make sure, what we don't wanna do is set her up to fail.
Right. I think Karen would do a great job. I just wonder what we need to budget for that if we bank on it. I think she would be perfect for it. That's who I would pick.
Apparently, 88.4 will help you with public information and.
I'll be applying for that position also.
But that's what, we're gonna have that discussion. I mean, it's also in the strategic plan, but at this point, things have changed since December. I'd hate just to fund that, just to check off.
And the county
Because
manager,
it's in the council budget, we will talk about it before.
well, the
it's
county
funded.
manager is
Yeah.
anticipating saving us money in that regard and just being more efficient with it. So we'll let that stand on its own merit for now. Okay.
I got one more question. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
For not getting frustrated. As I understand it, we went from the beginning budget proposal of 3.1, now we're at 2.5 with the reductions that were done prior to, is that right?
Is it
that where we are?
2.1?
We were at 2.1 for general.
2.1.
And we're,
The increase in budget was 2.1? That's
The
what
mill-
we're
you're talking about the
at.
millage increase?
No, I know the millage increase. I'm talking about the total dollar.
Oh, I'm
net
sorry.
dollar effect.
Well, that's-
It was like 3.1 was the actual dollar figure that we had in.
For general fund?
Right, and I think what I
General
understand,
fund.
we're reducing that by nearly 600,000, but we are not reducing the millage.
Correct.
And Beth, explain
And that was,
that.
and the rationale behind that recommendation was that we are still using over $1 million worth of fund balance to fund the operating budget.
Okay.
And that would knock off $500,000 if we did it, but they feel like it's better just to have the liquidity. Okay, that being said, I think we're ready for a motion on the original.
Vote.
We've already got it.
All you gotta do is vote.
Yeah. So question on the motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
5-2.
That's for the whole budget, wasn't it?
Yes.
Don't feel bad, this is my first one.
Okay, well, good news is, we're on item 4 now in old business. The bad news is, we're on item 4 in old business.
Item number 4.
Consider second reading of an ordinance to amend the code of York County, the York County Convention and Visitors Bureau, Chapter 32, Section 32.03, to provide for the appointment of an ex officio member from the Hospitality Tax Committee, Section 32.04, to provide for the chairperson serving as ex officio member of the Hospitality Tax Committee and other matters related thereto.
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion.
I like how you say that. Second.
Discussion.
There was a frog.
No discussion. Question on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Rezoning action, consider third reading, case number 1505, rezone property from BD2 to light industrial, intersection of Charlotte Highway and West Liberty Hill Road in the Clover community.
Move to approve third reading.
With conditions, correct?
I'm sorry, with those conditions.
Was that one with conditions?
So, wait a minute.
Limited storage.
Was that, I guess it, well, was it with conditions?
Yeah. it's
Condition, yes,
permitted
that is
uses.
correct.
Okay, so, do we get a second?
Second.
Discussion? Yes, sir.
Just want to make sure that the staff's still okay with those conditions on that rezoning since they just walked, since I just walked in the door. Steve says good.
Okay. Question on the motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Next item, rezoning action, consider second reading, case number 1507.
Move to defer. The applicant has requested deferral to meet with the residents who I've met with, and I have some concerns, so at this point, I want to give them opportunity to work together.
Do we have a second? Okay, I got a second. Just to read it into the record, request to rezone property from BD3 to ID with conditions at 100 Spring Lake Road in the York community. So we got a motion to defer.
We had a second, I think.
Yes, and a second. So if any discussion, if there is none, question on the motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Sorry about that, but I jumped.
Oh, no, that's,
Trying to get done here.
no problem. Rezoning action, consider second reading case number 1515. Request to rezone property from RD2 to RUD at 5018 Windmill Lane in the Lake Wiley community.
Move to approve second reading.
Second.
Discussion. Question on the motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Next item, rezone action, consider second reading case number 1517.
Move to approve.
Okay.
Second.
I was waiting.
See what you've done, Robert?
I thought you were done.
Rezone property from RC1 to BD1 at 1480 Tom Hall Street is read into the record. We got the motion in the second. Discussion.
Where are you reading that?
Question on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Next item, consider second reading case number 1518 at 3039 and 3041 Hands Mill Highway to request rezoning property from RUD to BD2.
Where are you reading?
Okay, I'll move to approve second reading.
Need a second.
Second.
Discussion. Question. Is that, yes, sir?
Yeah, staff had some concerns about this, and I do too. The change in, keeping our thoroughfares moving, talking about our transportation problems. We just want to make sure we take whatever steps we can to, staff seems to be convinced that this is still a good use for residential. And if it is, then that would keep traffic moving. I'm concerned about clogging up
putting commercial here and there all the way down to 274.
And I'll chime in. I voted no at the first reading. I intend to vote no again. This land is being rezoned from RUD, which has some restrictions on how many houses can be built on it, to a BD2. Again, I share Councilman Williams' concern about the traffic and the fact that, you know, our own staff has said that this should be denied. So.
Mr. Wright?
I was just gonna ask Bruce, was this the one that we had a couple weeks ago, and you said you was just gonna approve it for first reading, so we can go through and find out a little more about it?
Well, the thing is there's no opposition to it. Folks have looked at it, you know, just a general, you know, several folks, business-wise and individual. This is directly right across from Concord Road, coming out from the nuclear power plant. It's a house back, no, I'm sorry, just a little bit. You come out and take a left like you're going to Rock Hill, and it's immediately on the right.
Okay.
So you know, and I understand your points, but sooner or later, something, you know, realtor's gonna be needed down there. There's no doubt in my mind. And you know, and we need to start somewhere of developing business down that end. So, I mean, you know, I just feel like it's one of those cases where it's not an absolute bad thing to do. Is maybe not an absolute good thing, but definitely get something started and rolling down 274. So that's my 2 cents.
Question on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
4-3. Chad, Michael, and Christie. Next item, discussion of options and planning staff and county manager recommendation to temporary weekend real estate signs. Hello?
Good evening. For the record, Autumn Miller. There was a first reading on the proposed ordinance revisions. The first reading was approved, but you directed staff to go back, look at it, because you weren't comfortable with the number of signs. We did look at that. We prepared a memo that was included in your packet. Our recommendation at this time is not to do any changes to the ordinance, but to have us enforce it, which we had not been previously doing.
So discussion. Yes, sir,
I was just
Mr.
gonna
Roddy.
ask, a quick, typically we don't have staff working on weekends, so how are we gonna, have some kind of system to go out? What's our plan to tackle this?
We would, in this instance, we would have a staff member working on the weekend. Since the time that this originally came up, we have 2 new code enforcement personnel, and during the interview process, we told them that you may be required to work weekends for this reason, and they both agreed that they were okay with that. So we would set up some sort of system to rotate staff in on Saturdays.
Ms. Cox.
As I understand it, we charge for having to pick those up, or if we're required. I guess this is my point. I would like to get us to a point where this is completely funded. Whatever we're doing here about fees, user fees, whatever we're paying to have to do that, it should be passed on to the developers so that we're not spending county taxpayer money on that issue.
As I recall, there is an actual fee that the developer has to pay the county just to put up the sign that we have not collected, in my understanding. And so they have, not only they have to do that, they have to tell you where they're going to put the sign, and they have to show you on a map. So this should be able to police itself. You know, I brought this up, golly, 9 months ago, and my concern was, I just had phone calls from people complaining. You get off the interstate in Fort Mill, and there's 100 signs. What can we do about it? My goal was not to drive the developers out of business or drive the sign guys out of business, and that's how this has kind of become. Certainly, if staff wants to work with the builders and try to create something that works for everybody, I'm more than happy to study it. I think you've heard our concerns. If you think that it's best to keep what we have, which is kind of what I think I said 8, 9 months ago, to keep it or get rid of it, then I'm happy to do that. And I do not want to be, you know, I don't want to crush the developer community, but when I look to see that most of the counties around us and municipalities don't allow it at all, seems odd to me, so.
No further discussion. I think per what staff recommends, we'll just do it the right way or the way it hadn't been done, including collecting the fee. If it turns out it's not working 6 months from now, y'all come back and say, hey, it's, didn't work. So I'm yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, or possibly even sooner, if you don't mind. I thank you for looking into this, and that's a big issue in my area as well. Yesterday, I went on a trip, and I'm telling you, there were so many out there, it was just unbelievable. And I can see the safety issue to just a nuisance issue to whatever. And we'll go with your recommendation.
And essentially, the previous, we don't really have to do anything, just let it kind of wilt. Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next item, consider second reading of an ordinance to amend the code of the County of York, South Carolina, disposal of waste at county landfill, Chapter 33, Section 5033B, in order to provide for an increase in fees for the disposal of municipal solid waste, construction and demolition debris, and land clearing debris at the county landfill, and to provide for other matters related thereto.
Move to approve. Second.
Discussion. Question on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Next item, council to consider third reading of ordinance to amend the code of the County of York, South Carolina, Chapter 154, Sections 15.095, 154.110, 154.112, 154.125, 154.126, and Chapter 154 Appendix, Charts, Drafts, Figures, and Schedules, Section 1, Schedule of Fees and Charges, A6 and B1 through 5, in order to amend the requirements for road inspections, the design standards for roads and sidewalks, the posting of improvement guarantee funds for road construction, the warranty periods for road maintenance, and the form of performance guarantees, to eliminate binder course paving bonds and roadway surface course paving guarantee funds, to amend for the fees for water and sewer reinspection and improvement guarantee funds, and to provide for other matters related thereto.
Move to approve. Second.
Discussion. Question on the motion. All those in favor say, I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson.
When I read this, where's the, and Ms. Cox brought this up, where's the teeth to this? What are you gonna do? I mean, or maybe it's the, where is the, how do you enforce this? I mean, all I'm reading lately is I've got a developer who moves people in when there's no COs, doesn't pave a road. I mean, how are we gonna make sure that we're not continuing to be on the hook? I mean, is the formula here gonna be sufficient, is my question?
Yeah, on this one, that's what I'm being told, that the formula will actually pay for the work that has to be done now. If they walk away, it'll cover the cost. So, now, the ones that are ongoing now, that have happened in the past, you're right, sir, the formula didn't cover the cost, and there was nothing in there that we could do if they walked away from it. And so, this is fixed by that formula.
Chad?
That reminds me of something else Ms. Cox said last meeting. She was talking about if they've tried to build a neighborhood before, and we've had to exercise this right, what can we do the next time they come up to at least say, you owe $15,000 from last time before you even talk about doing anything, pay that.
Yeah. The current one, nothing.
Does
That's
this
one
one?
of the current, the one that we got now. I mean, that was one of the questions that
understand
was
that.
asked.
Yeah.
And-
I'm talking about
and
this third
they
reading,
changed
the one we're
name.
just voting on now. I don't know that it addresses that either.
No, the analysis is strictly formula-based here, and that's what the briefing of the engineering department with council described, which
Right.
was the formula, and that will eliminate, in hope and theory, that there'll be sufficient funds in place to do the work.
Yeah, I understand, but if we do have to exercise, I say what you're saying, if there should be nothing owed.
There should be nothing owed. Now, Ms. Cox's concern about subsequent work is a matter we need to address in another
That's what my
ordinance.
question was. Well, I would
And I-
join her in asking you to do that, yes.
Lisa, do you want to say anything else?
Actually, Ron.
Or Ron?
Really good statement about it.
Okay.
We were just talking about, we tried to hurry over here.
The question was, what was the teeth in it?
Correct.
In the old bond, we had a maintenance bond, then we had a resurfacing bond. And when they put down the first inch of surface, we gave them the maintenance money back. In the new bond revision, we have one improvement guarantee bond. We increased the amount to $31 per foot. We keep all the money until they finish the road. And that may cover us, you know, if we ever have to cash another bond.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if it doesn't, we'll raise it.
So from the discussions that we've had, it's my understanding that if we want to create something that essentially prohibits a developer from seeking a permit or doing anything else until everything is brought current, that's something that shouldn't be done here. It should be done in a separate ordinance.
We discussed an ethical consideration of doing work having defaulted or misrepresented matters to council, and that's what we're looking at.
Yeah, I want something more than ethical. I'd like
Well,
basically an ordinance that prohibits you from seeking.
that is not here, but if it needs to be, we can certainly do that and pursue
So would
it.
it be here is where it should be?
We're have to see where it fits. Just make an assessment of that. It's not in this iteration before council tonight.
So you're recommending we just go ahead and move forward with this, and that can be added?
That's right. We can
Add an
certainly
ordinance.
That's a different one.
Do an amendment.
determine where the best place to have that wording.
Definitely like to see that.
Yeah, and staff agrees with this. If they're not paying the fees, that you should not be making a dollar by making the citizens pay for it. We are totally against that, so.
And I think it needs to be spelled out very specifically who you are and your stakeholders, because what we want to guard against is an LLC that changes their name and still comes in and
Exactly.
does that, and I've seen that. So I would like to see us look at amending it as soon as possible to make sure that we eliminate that possibility.
So can we staff move forward on that, come back with a proposal? Thank you, sir. Question on the motion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Next item, we're to new business, everybody. Audra or Steve?
I'm just making it take a decision. Steve, please don't take this as a reflection.
5 minutes, buddy. Make a quick.
5 minutes.
Are you weenie?
No, I don't have
Oh, man, this trip to the beach and then some. It's 4 hours.
Okay.
Okay.
Hang on a minute, Steve. Does the council need a 2-minute break?
Sounds good to me.
Thank you.
Let's give them a 2-minute break, Steve. Okay, we had our little break. We're back in session.
We're on.
Is it on now?
On now.
Okay. I didn't realize the magic of this thing. Boom, it's off. Boom, it's on.
That's the second time you've laughed in 2 months.
I know. What's happening? Jeez.
Thank you. This is your monthly comprehensive plan update. I'm presenting in place of Audra this evening, Steve Allen's staff. We recently had a meeting last Thursday, and I want to thank the council members who were able to attend, Councilman Cox, Councilman Williams, and Councilman Henderson. Appreciate your attendance at the meeting. But it was a busy day. We were out at Oak Ridge Middle School. We had a series of 4 meetings that included meetings with our staff to kind of go over the presentation, kind of affirm some of our assumptions. We had a joint meeting between council, members of council in attendance, Planning Commission, and our advisory committee. Following that, we had a meeting with our advisory committee, a follow-up, and then we had a meeting with some stakeholders that included municipal staff members and Economic Development Board. The goal of the workshop was to update our future land use concepts. We had basically came up with 3 concepts, and we wanted some feedback on that with all the groups. And then to identify priority recommendations that included economic development, transportation, parks and recreation, and utilities. And these are issues that were brought up during our public meetings that we held, public input through Twitter, Facebook, and our York Forward site. We're taking this information, refining it, and then we're going to present it back to the public at our public open workshop that we had later that evening. That actually was nice because we didn't have a huge turnout, but we had a decent turnout. And the meeting went over, which was kind of, it's a good sign when a meeting goes over, and it went over a good half hour or so. So people stuck around. We had a couple different presentations where we had question and answer sessions afterwards. So, this is meeting number 6. I'll just warn you that when you get along this far into the public information process, the population typically kind of wanes off and, on the faint of heart, stay with the project and still want to contribute. So, as you can see, we had our work session with the staff. Again, we reviewed the draft presentations and looked at the recommendations and strategies. We had our follow-up meeting with the joint luncheon between the Planning Commission Council and the advisory committee, where we gave a presentation. There was discussion, good discussion, I think productive. There wasn't discourse between the members. And one of the big things that came out was that the committee expressed some disagreement with the priority recommendations that came out of that public information sessions. Those were generalized themes that came out of those meetings that we had discussed at one of our at our second advisory committee meeting. And this happens in groups. You have second thoughts. So they felt, well, let's hold on. We don't necessarily agree with those. They're rather broad. We want to look at this a little closer. So I'll get into that in the next slide. We also had concerns with moving forward without full agreement with the council. So I would expect in the coming weeks, as we refine these goals, to have a follow-up meeting between the advisory committee and council, if you're willing to do that.
No, I've already talked to the chairman, Mr. Childers, about us definitely getting together one-on-one with the council.
I'd like to do that if we can towards the end, as we get closer to refining some of those fine details.
When do you anticipate that would be?
I will have to get back with you on that. I can't give you a date right now, and that will be explained here in the coming slide. Future implementation, another concern. With our political realities we have, there's no guarantee that what we pass today is going to be supported tomorrow. So that was one of the concerns we had. And we experienced this a little bit in our last comprehensive plan. Times change, you have recessions. The goal is really to ensure that it's relative, the comp plan is relative today, but not just today, but into the future. And it's relevant if we go into a recession again, which we probably will. And it's relevant when we come out of that recession. So that's the goal. And I understand their concerns about implementation. We had a work session with the advisory committee following the meeting we had with the joint committee, which was very productive. Again, they expressed reservations and requested to have further discussions to further refine the priorities. They refocused that towards, instead of just economic development, which is kind of a broad, nebulous term, they looked at job formation and location by sector. A lot of things we talked about, we're talking about growth management, and growth management really is kind of all encapsulating. There's a lot of things underneath that umbrella, like use compatibility, quality development, adequate infrastructure, that includes your roads, utilities. Instead of looking at those individually, it is part of growth management to ensure that you have those and you grow them in a responsible manner that is responsible in timing and of the pace of development, but also direct that growth in a way that's responsible and is cost effective. And we need to look at that closely as we consider the ramifications of future development pattern changes. If we want to go low density across the county, low density zoning, there's an impact. It's your reduction of resources that you will lose money in your utility services significantly. So that's one thing to consider. So there's always a give and take. Whatever decisions we make may have other implications down the line. So something to consider. One thing that's come up in all the meetings and through our input through online, through the website and through our chip game that we had, that would kind of an indicator from what people were looking for in the county was the parks and recreation and usable open space. People want parks and rec. And I know it's kind of a difficult thing to get your arms around because it is a big task. I don't necessarily think it is necessarily taking on running a park and rec department with ball fields and things like that. I think it's just people want accessibility to open space through pedestrian facilities, through bike facilities. And a lot of this spills over into your transportation side as well, your transportation funding. But they want access to the river and lake. They want usable open space. And we can accomplish some of this through development practices, providing private open space, linking private open spaces. It doesn't necessarily have to be something funded by the county, but they just want to see more quality open space that they can use. Natural and cultural resource conservation, there's been discussion about that. There's concern about, should we continue the program through York County Forever? Should we refund it, or at least in part? Should we find other creative alternative funding sources for that program instead of taking it out of the millage? So that was things that were discussed. And of course, cooperation with between jurisdictions. We want to make sure, as you said earlier this evening, if it's good for the Rock Hill or Fort Mill, it's good for the county. And we believe that if we're planning on the fringes of these communities, we need to make it compatible with their communities. So when they do incorporate, and they will grow, to make sure that it's going to grow in a responsible manner. And at our next meeting, which we're looking to schedule, we were scheduled having our meeting in July, which you'll see. We think we're going to schedule something, at least in between. I'm going to have a conversation tomorrow morning with our consultant. We're going to look at possibly adding an additional meeting, try to get back on track on our focus our goals. So we're going to be doing that at our next coming meeting. This is our results out of our public workshop. And I think, when we get to this point, 60 might not seem like a great number, but it really, it is a difficult task to get folks to come out to the meetings. I will say that on this evening that we had this meeting, there was two other, I believe, civic meetings going on at the same time. I believe Mr. Norman had a function, and the Civic Association, I believe, had a function as well. So, unfortunate timing, but I think for the people who came out, we saw a lot of new faces, which was good, and there's a lot of participation. There you see where they're from. Lion's share is from the 9710, which is the Clover Lake Wiley area. I'd say probably total about 65% were from Clover Lake Wiley. The rest are from throughout the county. And this doesn't include the people who came in, may have signed out with their spouse and just chose not to put their name down. So I believe the attendance is higher than that. It just may not indicate it with those numbers. And then they were presenting growth scenarios. We've received feedback from the folks who did attend through worksheets that commented on some of our growth scenarios. We're able to, again, provide some comment on posters, and then we had tape video comments. So all this was taken. It's being transcribed now. We should get some information and be placed out on the website. Again, moving forward, as we always do, try to get the most public input as possible through our many avenues of communication, through our website, Twitter, Facebook, York Forward. And there's some sample of what we've received so far from the York Forward site. We've had over 2,400 visitors. This doesn't include anything since we had our public workshop on Thursday. So this is all pre that meeting numbers. We've had over 6,000 page views, and there's some demographic information of who is visiting the site and providing input. Again, I told you our next advisory committee is on July 16th. We may have another one before then, if we can schedule it. If not, we'll have one soon following thereafter. And like I said, we're reassessing the schedule as we speak. We're determining if additional meetings are necessary. And then those are some of the actions we're going to be taking place here in the next coming months. I feel that if we need to get it's difficult when you deal with a group with as unique as this group. There's a lot of strong personalities and trying to get everyone to mesh. It takes a couple meetings sometimes to do that. If we have to add another meeting, I think it's prudent that we do that, even if it means extending for a couple weeks beyond what our target dates. But I think to get the right and get the right information out there, I think is probably the best way to go. We'll continue to fine tune the schedule as we go, but we do not anticipate any major delays.
I do think it's important before the committee really fine tunes their recommendations to meet with the council one-on-one.
We will do
Would you say before the August 13th meeting?
we will, and I'm going to relay this to our consultant we're meeting with tomorrow, and we'll revise the schedule.
Just we can feedback to each other.
I agree. And again, everything that we have as far as documents should be posted on the York Ford site. And our own, we also have information on our own county website as well.
Steve, I want to thank you for all your hard work. I was obviously at that meeting, had to leave before it was over. I think you guys were headed into some work session with the
We were
advisory
with the
group.
advisory committee.
Can you share with me, because my recollection of the meeting and my hope for the group was that we would actually have, it's good to have strong personalities, because then you get all the ideas at the table. So while some people don't like to deal with that, that's where I think you get the best result, is when you have the folks who are passionate about it, sitting at the table, hashing it out. One of the concerns, though, that I had was it seemed like the advisory committee was saying they didn't feel like they were getting input, that their voice was being heard, and that what was showing up on the proposed plan was a culmination of their efforts. And so I don't know if anything changed when I left. Would like to know.
It did, and that's good. That's a good point. I think it's become kind of a feeling out process for the last 2 meetings. I think we turned the corner at this at our meeting we had on Thursday. I think we kind of got out of that ground level view vantage point and took it up to a higher level. I think sometimes get in the habit of getting into the weeds a little bit too much in the details, specifics. Comp plan's a very general document. We're looking 10 to 20 years in the future. Sometimes we get caught up looking too close to the details and not far enough into the future. So I think we got them on track. I think towards the middle of the meeting. And like I said, we're going to go back. We're going to look at some of the things we talked about at the close of the meeting to very affirm that that's where we're going. And then from there, I think we'll be in good shape. But no, that message was delivered, and we understand their concerns, and we're taking a different tact towards running those meetings.
Okay.
And when they meet with all the council members, every individual on that committee will be able to provide their feedback and input.
I hope so.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to add, I want to echo what she just said. I was there as well, sitting over there in the corner, trying my best to be quiet, long as I could. But anyway, I do appreciate that y'all were willing to adjust based on what you were faced with. And I know some things that makes me sympathize with you folks. Won't go into all that, but I'll just say that when you have folks that are willing, with these strong personalities like she's talking about, that present something, these folks are in no way trying to overrule or anything. They realize, who the experts are. But, when you have folks working together, these good results can come about, and we all can, just have a big outcome that's good for everyone, and no one has to be concerned about just false fears of things that's not going to materialize. I hope we understand what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
And I don't want no one to even
Committee's
dare
great.
think
It's a
those
great
things.
mix of people who've got some great ideas and great opinions, and it's just harnessing that energy and focusing in a proper direction.
Any other comments, questions for Steve?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Steve.
Appreciate it. Next item, Talisa, County Engineer, and Ron, Assistant County Engineer, to present council the South Carolina DOT pilot program and SIB with State Infrastructure Bank application update.
Thank
Hey,
you,
Lisa.
Mr. Chairman. Engineering Department, as you said, we're going to provide 2 updates. I'm going to talk to you folks about the SCDOT pilot program, and then Ron will come up and give you an update on the Infrastructure Bank application. The SCDOT pilot program is what we call it, but how it started, as you all know, a few months back, with the goal of trying to decrease the overall time frame on our Pennies for Progress projects. SCDOT sent a letter to management here, and in your packet, I've provided basically my talking points And on the second page is the actual letter for the pilot program that came from SCDOT. What's in black is from SCDOT with their recommendations, and what's in red is our response to that. Since this actual recommendation from SCDOT came to staff, we have already met with them. We went to Columbia, back in April.
All right, and I think
since-
I don't want to interrupt you, but I think it should be noted that Mr. Johnson helped spearhead this
Absolutely.
drive.
Absolutely, and out of it, and what I want to update everyone out of it is, we went and we had a high-level meeting back in April with folks with SCDOT, and Mr. Shanahan and Mr. Larson came with us, and it was a very good meeting, and it basically started us on the level that we're at now, which is at staff level, to make some improvements to the program. Going back to the first page, and I do recommend, I'm not going to go through each of these. I recommend, in your own time, if you want to read more into the detail of what all, excuse me, what they're recommending and then our response, it'll get you more into the detail. I do want to point out of the however many items that they recommended, there was one specific one where they talked about outsourcing. SCDOT, they threw that out as an option of outsourcing review. SCDOT, in addition to our staff, we are completely against that. We all agree that adds just another layer of review and could possibly increase time. So that is one of the ideas that we're not even going to pursue looking at further.
Who did you say threw that out?
SCDOT and our staff, in meeting with them.
You mean,
Throughout SCDOT recommended outsourcing, but then when we met with them in April,
they changed their mind?
they changed their mind.
Gotcha.
And we agreed with them because when we made our response, we didn't agree that that was a good idea. A third party, another level of review inherently just adds time and cost. Now, going back to what our staff is doing that I'm very proud of, the SCDOT pilot program, in our opinion, was a step forward on improving the overall Pennies program. Since then, we've done several things just overall with the program with the goal of trying to decrease the time frame, be more efficient, just make it a better program overall. In my talking points that I provided you, we kind of broke it down into different categories: communication, process, public information, and responsibility. This is a running list. As of today, these are some of the things that we're doing. If I come and talk to you in July, we'll have more things on here. We're actually very proud of it. For example, on the communication, we had the kickoff meeting. In the past, we had monthly progress meetings with SCDOT, and it was teleconference. We're doing those face-to-face now. We're trying to improve communication and our coordination with the folks in Columbia. And we're increasing more of our in-house staff meetings. We have engineers and we have folks at different levels, and in my opinion, as manager of engineering, we need to get all those folks together and talk more often and share ideas. And that's how we came up with a lot of these communication ideas. So that's an area that we're really improving, and in our opinion, we think it's going to improve the overall program. Process, I won't read through all of them, but again, it's increased meetings. I think I've talked about this one. The second bullet about constructability review, I feel very strongly about this one. It's better to find something on a piece of paper than it is to find out in the field. We're trying to get our construction folks, and we're meeting with the SCDOT district office on a monthly basis on projects while they're in design, for those folks that are experts in the field to look at it to see what problems do you see on paper. Let's catch it now. So I feel really strongly about that, and I think that's going to make a big improvement in the long run on our projects. Project process manual, that we're requiring all of our consultants to make sure there's a manual done on every project, increasing their accountability and reporting back to us. Councilman Johnson, this was a big important thing for you, and that we're tracking this. We're having our consultants, their performance is being tracked, and then also just all the timing. When is it going to SCDOT? How long are they taking on review? When is it coming back? And then the accountability on our consultants. Are they doing the revisions and then getting it back out?
And is that being done in a way that could be shared
with council, maybe on a
It
quarterly
is.
basis, so we can kind of see?
It is. We track it. We're having our consultants track it, and then we also have our own spreadsheet. It's not really in a pretty format to share with anyone yet, but as we get more data, we'll be able to share it with you and get more trends. But that's our goal, is to be able to share all that, and again, to be able to, I'm jumping ahead, but to be, I guess, more transparent about the program, to have this information, and then get it on our website so everyone knows what's going on with our projects, whether it's you or if it's a citizen and they want to know when we're going to construction, they should be able to look at our website and see when it's going to happen, or where we are in design. There's a lot of questions that come up that I feel like if our website was more accurate and updated more real time, that would help with our, which is the next item, public information. We realize that pennies is something that's very important to all the citizens. Public information, marketing, things like that is really important to us. We want to get more information out on Facebook and Twitter. We're recommending to SCDOT to have more meetings where we invite the press. We're trying to we'll be hopefully putting out a press release tomorrow about gravel paving, if you folks are so kind to approve our bid. So it's things like that. So we realize the importance of marketing, we realize the importance of branding, and we're preparing to do that. And then lastly, it has to do with just responsibility. We had a first interview for a manager for Pennies. It went well. We obviously have some more interviews to do, and hopefully we'll be able to make a decision this month to be able to get a manager, and we'll be back at full staff. But in the meantime, I want to compliment the staff for the Pennies group. All the folks have stepped up. Everybody's really, pitched in, and they're the ones that came up with these ideas, and they're the ones that are implementing it. So with that, that's my
Questions
update.
for Lisa, Ms. Cox?
Lisa, I just want to say, you and I know I'm going to miss folks, but you and Ron and Ryan have been fantastic. Thank you for all that you do and for looking forward and for all of the work that you're doing. I'm looking forward to starting some committee meetings where we will start using this Facebook. I think that's key. I think making sure the public knows what's going on, because they don't know what's going on, and how we share that to let them know all these exciting things is really important. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
And I just have I guess more of a question than anything, but we seem to be getting a backlog, and I've talked to Ryan about it some, but, in my district, we're still trying to get to C-Fund projects that were on Joe Cox's list last year, and we haven't gotten to them yet. Do we have anything in process? I know it's not our end, it's the people that can do the work, and there's not enough there, but is there any process in place for us to try to catch up on some of that? Because we're just gonna keep funding more projects and not getting them done.
Well,
That's not an issue.
Talking about two different things.
Yeah.
As far as C-Funds versus
Yeah, I know.
pennies, I mean, pennies, that was the last referendum.
Right.
We're working through those projects. As related to C-Funds, and I might call Ryan up here, he's still here. On the C-Funds, what we just learned recently, and hopefully this will pass, but SCDOT is talking about distributing an extra $150 million to the 46 counties. Ryan did some quick math, and it's based on population and miles of roads. It's potentially an additional $5 million for York County. And that's in addition to the 3.5 that we're getting now. That's going to help tremendously. So as far as process, I would say I want to compliment Ryan. He's doing a great job with C-Funds. Process isn't the issue, it's funding on the C-Funds portion. And so hopefully we'll get the additional funding next year.
And I think it's really important. The citizens have shown their confidence in the Pennies program. Last thing was 85% or something. But, and jumping around a little bit on C-Funds, I've had concerns about cost factors and, the variations in bids. And I'm sure because of overages and pennies, we've had issues there too. So I think the more we can fine tune the management and really oversight of the construction companies, the better off we're going to be, and thus the taxpayers, because I think these changes are past due and needed.
Just a general question. When I know that the Secretary of Transportation has officially left the building. Is the staff still at SCDOT still seem to be supportive of this plan, even though there's no one pushing it anymore?
Yes, absolutely, they're committed. In fact, some of the folks, we just came back from an engineers conference where we won the award, and some of the SCDOT folks were down there, and we had conversations with them. At staff level, I mean, we're all committed to this, and we're going to continue to be committed. And I got that reassurance just this past week in talking with them.
When I originally went to meet with the Secretary, my goal was, right now it takes about 7 years from the day you get funding to the day you build the road. My goal was to get this thing down 4.5, 5 years. I mean, take almost a third of the time off of it if possible. And really, to me, that is my measure. My measure is not, I see the efficiency in what you have here, but my measure is how fast can we put a road from funding to people driving on it. Do you feel that these will have a material effect on that timeline? That will actually, we can see significant reductions to that timeline?
There are a couple things on here that I think will see significant reduction. One I talked about and I'm passionate about is the constructability review. Some of our biggest delays on some of the past Pennies projects are items that were, I won't say missed, but things that may have been overlooked early on during design that weren't picked up until there was a shovel in the ground. That's detrimental to a schedule. If we increase the constructability reviews early on, it's going to save us in the long run. The other has to just do with the timing. It's not just the review, but because that's just a small portion. When you're looking at a 7-year project and a 30-day review, it is kind of apples and oranges. But if there's specific things in the IGA that haven't been followed on both sides, and that's what these meetings with SCDOT will improve. If we both hold each other accountable to follow what we should have been doing all along, that's going to help things. Today, can I say we're going to go from 7 years to 5.5? I wish I could just say that, but it's hard for me because we just got into this. But I can guarantee that there's going to be improvements to the program, and I would say there's already been improvements just in the past 2 months. Just in coming with this and increasing our communication with SCDOT and even among our own staff.
Is there I know at one point we talked about picking a road, a minor road, but trying to get something jump-started. Do we have anything in the hopper that we can kind of test run through the pilot program?
The Pennies 3 projects that are underway right now are pretty much lined up the way they're supposed, that they come in order, and we already have the consultants on board, and we're already going through the process. We can do things to shave some time off the current projects. I guess we're more excited about going into Pennies 4 and certain things that we can do as we go into Pennies 4. Design build, that's never been considered before, and if we can do that on some of these smaller intersections, that will tremendously cut down time between referendum to shovel in the ground or completed road. There's going to be a lot of activity that everyone's going to see over the summer and fall. We have several projects we're going to be bringing to you that are in the Pennies 3. I mean, we've learned so many things on Pennies 1 and Pennies 2 that weren't efficient and weren't done as well as they could be. And as you know, the Pennies 3, there's going to be so much activity, and you know, that was 2011 that was voted on. So we're in that 4-year, and we have several projects going to construction in the next year.
Well, definitely to reiterate it, because that's one of the first things I noted my first year on the council was, that's why I formed the Pennies Committee for my concerns, but time frames have to be cut down, i.e. Albright Road. And construction quality workmanship has to be really oversight there, i.e. on all the complaints I got on Highway 5 bypass. So, but if there's no further comments,
Okay.
Thanks, Lisa.
I appreciate your time on that. Ron wants to give you a quick update on the infrastructure bank. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Hello again. Update on the South Carolina Transportation Infrastructure Bank. It's still ongoing. Currently, the staff and management has prepared an RFQ to solicit a consultant to help us with the application and submitting the application. It's a pretty in-depth application. Meanwhile, we are taking a portion out of the application that we can do now. The traffic studies, that's a big beef of the application. Once the consultant is chosen to do the RFQ, if we have the traffic studies complete, then we should have the application ready within about 6 weeks. RFATS is a big part of the application. They're supposed to do the design for Celanese and Highway 160 on their June 26th meeting. They're having their first vote to vote on doing that design. If that vote goes through, we'll be moving pretty good with the application.
Questions for Ron? We're letting you off easy. All right, next item, consider approval of nominated applicants for service for boards and commissions from the Finance and Operations Committee meeting June 1st. If Chairman Johnson wants to take over.
Move that we approve Jesselyn Anderson for the Hospitality Tax Committee, District 4. Chick Williams for the Hospitality Tax Committee, District 7. Andrew Williford, Hospitality Tax Committee at Large. David Duncan, York County Culture and Heritage Commission, District 3. Nancy Craig, York County Culture and Heritage Commission, District 5. Carolyn Mendenhall, York County Culture and Heritage Commission, ex officio. John Spell, Leslie Fire Tax District Board. Jerry Williams, Leslie Fire Tax District Board. Tracy Ferguson, Board of Assessment Appeals, District 3. And Reagan Craig, Board of Assessment Appeals, District 5.
And I'll second.
Thank you, sir. So is there any nominations from the floor? There being none, any discussion on the motion? There being none, question on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those no. Next item, council to consider approval of the CHC organizational chart.
Move to approve.
Got a second?
Second.
Discussion. Question on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those no. Next item, council to consider approval of the New York County anti-harassment policy.
New York County. Move to approve. Second.
Discussion.
Just one.
Yes, sir.
general
Mr. Johnson.
question. When I was reviewing it, near the end of it, what it says is physical conduct such as brushing against another person. And then it says this it prohibits it. Basically, we're defining unwelcome conduct as anything that the person says is unwelcome. And I understand that's probably a good thing. It's the safeguard in here. The brushing against another person, I mean, there's a difference between I'm brushing against somebody and there's a whole nother grinding on somebody as I'm going by them into the office. I mean, there's two, and I mean, and I don't want to water this down or make this ineffective. I take this very seriously and think that we need to toughen this. But I just, I worry when I read this description and then I read that basically anything that somebody says is unwelcome automatically fits this. How and so my question is, from an admin, how are you going to implement this? I mean, how are you going to review this? How are you going to do all that? It's one thing for me to pass it. It's a whole other thing for you to make those decisions.
Well, part of this is if someone feels that way, is they'll bring a complaint to HR, to the department head, and we actually have several folks that we will be training to investigate those type of complaints, so we'll be able to identify it. And so the classes are within the next week or two, is it? So within the next week or two, we will have, I think it's 6 folks that'll be trained to investigate these type of things and make sure that we look after our citizens, but our employees, but also protect our employees, because sometimes people just get mad and say things that aren't true. So it's on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, as a
past business owner, I'm concerned about, you don't want either side mistreated. I mean, I think that's pretty broad about just brushing up against a person where that can be, I don't want somebody unfairly accused of, they're up against near the wall when the guy's walking behind the chair and bumps, kind of rubs against him as he's squeezing between the wall and the chair. I mean, I don't, I understand the need for this, I just don't want it to be Little Russia.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I'd just like to add, and basically, it's my concern too, because, I mean, it's just, if it comes down to like, just basically the severity of the charge versus substance, I mean, that has to be a big gap in definition.
Where is brushing up? I'm trying to find a paragraph you're talking about, sir.
Page 298.
Okay, which paragraph? Okay, try to, got it. And sexual harassment may include explicit, and
In other words, it's too broad of a definition.
And basically what it's saying is though it may include, it's not saying because you brush up with somebody that you're sexually harassing them, but if you're brushing up against the same person at the same place several times a day, it might be different than accidental. And again, that goes back to, we would have people that are trained to investigate those type of complaints.
And if you tell me that you're going to put steps in the process, I want a zero
Yes,
sexual
sir.
harassment, environment. I don't want,
And
I mean, and if this is going to do that, but what I also don't want, I don't want it to go, that pendulum can swing too far. And so I want to make sure that that from an administration standpoint, that you all have the steps in place to
Yes.
properly identify this and deal with it internally. And that we don't have, that people aren't afraid to bring, I want somebody, if it's happening, I want to know about it, and we want to get rid of the person who's doing it.
Yes, sir.
But I'd also want to just make sure that that the steps are in place
Yeah.
to protect everybody.
And
The
that's.
victim and the accused.
And when we took this to our labor attorneys, those were the things that we told them, and so, again, a part of this is, is having these trained investigators that can go into it. And the reason we're doing a number of them rather than one or two is I don't want someone from Public Works investigating a complaint from Public Works. And so we're trying to keep it as objective as we possibly can.
Is there another better word than brushing up?
And I don't mind the term, I just want to make sure that
Yeah.
both sides get an adequate.
You just don't want someone.
Yeah,
someone
I
actually-
agree, and I think, and then if you take out brushing and you look down the road and it says, something else is, I'm like Councilman Johnson, I don't want it doesn't, and I don't think it can be construed to where, flip side, somebody decides they want to get rid of this person and they scoot back to them and they brush up against them, they can use this policy to get rid of it. I think it's gonna be,
Well, maybe we should change it to inappropriate contact.
Those words are are just examples of what may constitute harassment. This policy is in place as written in many municipalities and jurisdictions throughout South Carolina.
That same brushing up again?
As written, yes, sir.
But it's kind of like the whistleblower, if you whistleblow, you're supposed to be protected. However, if you tell an intentional lie to get someone in trouble, then you're not protected, then you can be disciplined for lying.
It's kind of like that in good faith thing.
Yeah, I kind of like the word inappropriate contact, C-O-N-T-A-C-T, more than I do brushing up against somebody, but who am I? I'm not an attorney, but, yes, sir.
Very quickly, two things, in reading through all of it, one thing that I saw, under sexual harassment in the paragraph below item 3 on page, I think it's 298, it lists, the sexual innuendos, everything like that, but then it just says practical jokes. think we have a lot of people on staff that are practical jokers that are not sexual harassment type things. They're, maybe just a joke about, to somebody scaring somebody. So that, again, but I'm not, back to the other thing I wanted to mention, in 25 years of management, I was always taught that it's not the intention of the person that said it, it's how it's received by the person that received it.
Right.
And that's the issue there. So.
And then again, you would hope the person who was taking a joke, if they were offended, they would tell the person, you know what, that's not funny to me, and there would be an apology and you'd move on.
This is a policy that triggers an investigation. If the investigation finds that there's no merit to the assertion of the complainant, then there's no claim and it ends. I mean, to try to figure out which word needs to go where, this policy was vetted by our labor attorneys. It's in place. It's been tested. I think that's the appropriate deference we should give to those that were paid to advise us on that point.
That being said, question on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Next item, council to consider award of bid number 2283 for application services for calcium chloride to qualifying unpaved roads to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, Southeastern Road Treatment of Evans, Georgia, at a cost of $1 and 1.1 cents per gallon.
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion. Question on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Next item, council to consider award bid number 2284 for the purchase of macadam base stone materials to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, Sloan Construction of Duncan, South Carolina, at a cost of $8.25 a ton.
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion. Question on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Next item, council to consider award of bid number 2291 regarding the construction of Burns Road, Heatherlock Road, Mariva Road paving project as part of the 2011 Capital Project Sales and Use Tax Program to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, Granite Contracting LLC of Cornelius, North Carolina, in the amount of $1,350,020.10.
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion. Question on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Next item, council to consider award of proposal number 2285 regarding photocopier multifunctional services to Toshiba Business Solutions of Mount Gilead, North Carolina, for the cost of $1.37 per black and white copy and .0575 per color copy, or an estimated cost of $13,000 per month, or approximately $156,000 per year for an initial 3-year period with an option to renew the contract for a maximum of 2 consecutive 1-year periods.
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion.
Quick
Yes, sir,
question.
Mr. Johnson.
And it may just be, it's a typo. When I was looking at this, it says, the motion is for the copier out of Mount Gilead, and then in the comments, staff comments, it's that we should approve Toshiba Business Solutions of Charlotte, North Carolina.
Ah, good point.
And I just want to make sure that,
Mount Gilead is home, it's corporate office.
okay, so it's the same, great.
Yes.
So, Michael, that's not an issue, is it?
No, same company.
Question on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Next item, council to consider award of proposal number 2292 regarding transport services for the coroner's office to Bio One Incorporated of Charlotte, North Carolina.
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion. Question on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Next item, consider adopting resolution authorizing and consenting to the assignment of certain fee in lieu of taxes benefits from Kingsley 4 LLC to Wake Kingsley LLC for real property assets located in York County and other matters related thereto.
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion. Question on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Next item, consider adopting resolution authorizing and consenting to the assignment of certain fee in lieu of tax benefits from Kingsley Number 5 LLC to Wake Kingsley LLC for real property assets located in York County and other matters related thereto.
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion. Question on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Next item, council to consider adopting resolution authorizing and consenting to the assignment of certain fee in lieu of tax benefits from Kingsley Number 6 LLC to Wake Kingsley LLC for real property assets located in York County and other matters related thereto.
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion. Question on the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Next item, request council approval for Sheriff's Office to submit an application and accept, if awarded, a Justice Assistant grant in the amount of $31,451. No local match is required.
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion. Question on the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Next item, Bullocks Creek Magistrate Lease Agreement Council to consider approval of the lease agreement between York County and the town of Hickory Grove to lease space for the Bullocks Creek Magistrate in Hickory Grove, South Carolina.
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion. Question on the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Next item, Probate Court Lease Agreement Council to consider approval of the lease agreement between York County and White Rose Realty for Probate Court in York, South Carolina.
Move to approve for sake of discussion.
Second.
For second discussion?
Well, for sake of discussion.
Oh, for sake of
Move to
discussion.
approve.
Yeah.
Okay, and we got a second. Discussion. Mr. Winkler.
I just want to be clear, I mean, it says that, you know, we've got a 3-year lease agreement with an anticipated renovations, provides an early termination clause with notice of 120 days. You know, I guess, not seeing the clause or anything, I just want to make sure that our attorney has looked at that and that we're good with that, because we don't plan on being there for 3 years.
That's right. It has a early termination clause and allows us to move from the existing building.
I know a lot of leases, usually the penalty, if there is any, is a portion of the
That's right. There's no penalty. It's just purely on a 120-day notice.
All right.
Raise and rent.
Question on the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Next item, council, consider approval for the execution of a resolution to designate York County Council on Aging as a sub-grantee and administrator of the Federal Transit Administration FTA Rural Transit Assistant Program Grant.
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion. Question on the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Next item, council to consider approving deductive change order number 1 to reduce the amount of the contract with Rogers Grading for work on the waterline extension to serve the York County Fire Training Center by $53,881.
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion. Question on the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Next item, council to consider approval of a standard county utility agreement with Duke Energy for project 03004, Fort Mill Southern Bypass Phase 2, in the amount of $64,032.22 for relocation of their distribution facilities.
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion. Question on the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Next item, council adopting a resolution supporting and authorizing the use of contingency funds for paving the parking lot of Sharon Volunteer Fire Department substation identified by tax map number 239000030.
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion.
Yes,
Yes, Mr. Henderson.
Is this, and please forgive me, because I heard a few things a while ago, but don't know exactly where we stand. Is this something that Mr. Pope and some others were checking into as to what all could be done? Please get me straight.
Yeah, we've been working on this since I got in office, pretty much. You know, in the past, there have been some C funds that have been used for resurfacing parking lots for volunteer fire departments and that type thing. Originally, I was asked by 2 fire chiefs that are here about doing C funds for that. I went to Ryan. We were told, yes, we could do that. They've moved ahead. They've gotten to the point of they've got all their loans approved. They're ready, but they do not have enough funding through all of their fundraisers and everything that they do they can only borrow a certain amount of money, and that amount of money doesn't cover the up to $25,000 to do the parking lot. So I had said I would do it with C funds. Then we discovered that they're privately owned. We can't do C funds. There's an ordinance against that from the state. There was a proviso that was in the Senate version that would allow us to do it. It did not make it through the House version, so the proviso did not work. So we've been working for months now on trying to find some way to fund this and to get the residents in these areas that are outside of a 5-mile perimeter fire service in their areas. And this was I guess the final option for a way we came up with trying to do this.
And David, Harmon. Per the discussion, we've never done asphalt on ground before, correct? It's always been resurfacing?
We have done some small amounts of asphalt over stone, yes.
You mean new paving or repaving?
We've done some new paving in the past, one particular fire department.
Where do we do that?
I think, I believe it was Hickory Grove. I think so.
How long ago was that?
It's been a number of years.
A long time?
Before my time.
I trust we're good on it.
Can,
Are y'all okay?
what? Well, I mean, I guess I have some questions.
Ms. Cox.
I'm sorry. Were you done with yours?
Go ahead.
We need to support our firefighters, and I want to make clear, I assume you guys are here because of this issue, and I want to speak to you directly. We need to find a way to do this because it helps the folks. The question is policy, how do we deal with this? What's the best way to go about doing it? I have some questions because I know that one of these things just got on the agenda even after it was a late edition on a Friday. I don't know the history of it. I'm committed to working on our committee, and Chad and Bruce and I are, to figuring out what the policy issues are. My concern, and I guess I need to ask you this, Michael, is there an issue here that we need to be concerned about with setting a precedent in policy? How do we accomplish this? Is this not problematic for us? Is it the way it's structured?
A number of questions there. Certainly the critical one is policy that the council needs to establish and be comfortable with going forward across the board. These two fire departments are unique in a certain extent because they were moving forward under assumptions that they could use C funds to use to pave their parking lot, and that was not a permissible use. Certainly is worded in the resolutions, which are identical, but for the departments that are benefiting from them. There is a public use, there is a health, safety, and welfare component to each undertaking, and so I don't believe there's a problem from the approval standpoint, but the implication clearly is how is council going to treat volunteer fire departments going forward, as well as district-run departments, and the broader scheme is how are you going to implement that policy, and how far-reaching is it going to go, and what is the long-term objective of the county in regards to fire suppression services.
And they're the only two bodies that don't have their taxing authority.
There are quite a few even in my district.
Right, they're limited generally to Mr. Henderson's and Mr. Winkler's districts.
Okay.
I mean, Ms. Cox may have a couple as well, but it's purely a Western function.
And how about the point that Ms. Cox raised earlier, that when we talked at the agenda meeting, and based on some points made, was that their time is of the essence. This is an emergency. The bank's got to know now. And there's some opinions that, well, what bank would require that versus allowing some time?
Right, the chiefs are here, if they can speak to that. I don't know all the niceties on the loans. I am under the impression that this is the loan remaining component of obtaining those loans, and there may be an interest rate component, but I don't know all the particulars.
If I could address that, well, probably Mr. Dowdle would be best, Chief Dowdle, if he'd come on up, but this process has been underway. Like I said, we first addressed it in January when I was sworn in, and we've been back and forth with this. They've had their loan process approved that long. And we were trying, and we're going forward because I approved C funds. Then they were withdrawn. Then we started working with Michael on a contract to do something with them, in a process of a whole nother way. And so it's not that this is a last minute thing. They've both been in several meetings for the last, what is this now, last 6 months since I was sworn in, that we've been working on something with this.
So the bank's drawn a line in the sand saying we got to know something now, kind of thing?
Not totally that per se. The issue is we've done made an agreement with the builder to build this thing, and he gave us a price up through the end of June. Okay, he said, well, we can't control prices, So these prices may go up, metal prices go up all the time. So we're at the point, well, we know we've maxed out on what we can afford to borrow, and this was the last sticking point on the funds from the bank. I'm sure they would say, well, we can just keep dragging it on out. But it really goes down to, we need to just try to move forward with this thing, because we actually started working on this in 2012. So we've been working on this for a long time to get to where we're at right now.
So the contractor could come back at the end of the month and say, hey, man, you had your deadline, things are up now, so then you gotta pay more money.
And Oliver, isn't there an issue with timing as far as a new fire truck coming to
Correct,
town and
correct.
somewhere to store it and all of that stuff as well?
Right, that plays into it too. We're one of the next departments to get a new engine through the county fire board. And it's due to be delivered around mid to late January. And we don't have anywhere to put anything right now. The truck that is being replaced and put into the reserve status is where this truck was going to this substation that we're trying to get completed, so that we can help these residents, because these residents has been screaming at us. They've been screaming at Councilman Winkler and everything else, because their insurance is tripling because they're outside of that 5 mile, of a fire station, current fire station. So, there's a lot of different little aspects of it that we're trying to put together to try to get these folks some help, I guess is what it boils down to.
And
Who's your
so-
builder? I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Who's your builder?
Ramsey, Timmy Ramsey,
Uh-huh.
contractor.
So, I mean, in the next item with the Smyrna, is it the same scenario?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yes, pretty much.
Same builder, same?
Yes, and one of the things we were trying to do was we were working together. Ricky and I, we've been working on this, like I said, since 2012. We did this as a joint effort because it helps all of us, not just our department, but in our instance, it helps us, McConnell's, it helps Bullets Creek, and helps York in those areas that's outside of 5 miles. And in Smyrna's case, it helps them. It helps York, Bethany, Smyrna, and Sharon, where they're placing their stations. So it helps close in that 5 mile, outside of 5 mile gap. And we went at this from the perspective of, if we work together, we can get prices down. Because if you order 2 buildings, that helps you out a little bit at the same time too.
So that's
as
why
well
they're
as
kind of tied together on this time frame.
Right. And not only that is, site plans and all of the other things that we've worked together on, and the cost of the architectural drawings and all that kind of stuff. So we was able to split some of those costs to help us all out with going with the same type building.
So council members, what we're looking at, obviously, and appreciate you clarifying the time frame, that was a little foggy in earlier discussions. We have essentially an emergency situation here. It is citizens protection. They're at their end of the rope in terms of we're their last hope. So I get it. I understand the emergency factor. The thing we also have to deal with is the reality of, if we do it for this group, what do we expect coming down the road of landslide? But that reality being noted, other than the one not anonymous, but anomaly back many years ago where it was done one other time on dirt, essentially what we've been doing in the past is just on repaving. And I think the resolution, and I've misplaced mine, but do we need to read that into the record?
To read the, thank you.
And that'll be
Been read.
adequate.
Yes,
But I think the resolution, does it not note in there that if we do this, in fairness to the other fire departments, you'll be responsible for future maintenance?
it does mention that, yes,
So
sir.
that's a way that we can kind of balance it out in fairness to the other fire departments.
Well, this obviously is not a special fire district. So, as far as I'm concerned, until that comes along, they have no source. And not like the others. So I say go with it.
Mr. Williams?
Yeah, and I agree, and I do think I'm a little more careful about that, because I think just because it's not a special tax district doesn't doesn't prohibit any other fire station from coming and saying, hey, you spent general fund money on their parking lot, I want you to spend it on mine. And that was a question that I had to ask, what's special about this one? And then sitting here, you know, and I hadn't had a chance to, I mean, the only thing that I could think of to make it unique was to do it as a loan instead of a.
And we looked at that option.
And
there are laws against that, so.
Yeah, and.
So we can't make a loan, but we can give the money outright out of general fund.
Welcome to the government.
They, and that's, but one thing that may be different in this particular case is that we probably don't have many stations left within the 5-mile radius that's gonna drop IO ratings, and I mean, it's certainly gonna be beneficial. I mean, the first thought was compared to the cost of land in Riverview, but the tax district pays for that, and so, I mean, it's still that precedent. We, like Ms. Cox says, we got to start talking about some of this stuff in committee and address it head on and wrap around the countywide fire issues. But I'm completely sympathetic and hope that this is done in a way that doesn't set a precedent that everybody comes and says, pay my part.
And certainly, this does need to go through Ms. Cox's committee in the future, but based on the time frame, sounds like you really didn't have a choice. So, you know, Mr. Roddy.
I just want to make a quick comment. Chad, like, he loves when I say, I just got a quick comment. Because it turns into
5 minutes.
No. If this wasn't a special tax district, I think it'll be, I would probably be against it, because then they would have the avenue to raise the capital, but it's not. So it makes it a little more easier to get in behind these guys and rally behind them to help meet not just their needs, but the residents who need to get back into this 5-mile radius so that their insurance is not doubling or tripling or whatever the case may be. But in the case if a fire department or fire district comes up down the road saying, well, you did it for them, you need to do it for us, I think our answer to that, and maybe it can get worked out in committees, that, well, you have an avenue that you can raise the capital. I mean, I don't know if that's the right way to do it, but, you know, if you have a way to raise the capital, I mean, if you get, if you get it from us, it's coming from the citizens. If you get it through the special tax district, it's coming from the citizens. So what better way to utilize that avenue, if they have the taxing authority, to refer them to that particular avenue? Because I think that would be only fair, because that's why they were given that special tax district to raise the funds to service the people in that area. And in this case, they don't have it. So what makes them special is that they're not a special tax district. So I think that lends itself to us doing what we have to do to make it work.
And those are practical points about it, comes from the taxpayer one way or the other. But I think for our future sanity, I think it's more important to point out they're giving up the future maintenance that we can provide for other stations by us providing this emergency need for them now. So the other fire stations will get their protection in that regard from previous actions, past history, and then we're just doing an emergency, unique situation for this instance and the one right after this.
That's something.
That being said, question on the motion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Next item, consider adopting a resolution supporting and authorizing the use of contingency funds for paving the parking lot of the Smyrna Volunteer Fire Department substation identified by tax map number 187000037.
Move to approve.
Discussion. Question on the motion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Do we have a motion for a consent agenda?
Move to approve.
Need a second?
Second.
Discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Committee reports. Finance and Operations Chairman, Michael Johnson.
Just a short 5.5 hours ago, the York Finance and Operations Committee met, and we approved the following. For the York County Culture and Heritage Commission, Marcia Buke for District 1, Jonelle Hagner for District 2, and Dale Dove for District 6. We approved Kevin Hayes for the Fire Prevention Board of Appeals and Adjustments. He will now make the second person on that board. Feel free to nominate others. and Alex Hafley from District 6 for the Zoning Board of Appeals.
That it?
That is it.
Okay, next item is council member new non-agenda comments. I'm sure no councilman has any things to express, but I'll ask anyway.
Well, now that you mention it.
Somebody's gonna get
Had
shot.
something.
There-
They open their mouth.
That's a good point. There being none, so do we have a motion for executive session?
Maybe we go into executive session to receive legal advice.
We have a second.
Second.
Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those no, we'll start at 11:15.